Good evening, everyone. What's up, Deb? I'd like to call our joint study session together with the formerly known as Riverfront Authority. And welcome to our citizens, our guests, council, and the authority. And with that, our first agenda item is to hear from developers. And as everyone has an opportunity around the table to speak sometime this evening, recognize there are microphones. And congratulations, if you've never been televised before, you are now streaming live over the internet as well as on Comcast 8 within the Littleton area. So recognize that. And with that, I'll mention who I am, and then we can kind of move around the table, and Denise can join in as well. I'm Phil Cernanek, the mayor of Littleton.
Jerry Valdez, District 2 Councilman.
Randy Stein, District 1 Council Member.
Debbie Rickman, Council Member.
I'm Jim Taylor, I'm Chairman of LIFT.
I am Dale Flowers. I'm a member of the LIFT board.
You said Randy.
Chris Waggett, D4 Urban, developer presenter tonight.
Amy Cara, a principal at East West Partners, presenting as well.
I'm Sam Sharp with D.A. Davidson and Company.
I'm Gary Thompson, a member of the LIFT board.
Peggy Cole, Littleton City Council at Large.
Bruce Beckman, Council Member at Large.
Bruce Stallman, Council Member at Large.
LaDonna Jurgensen on the LIFT board.
And Michael Penny, Manager. Denise?
Denise Stevens with the City of Littleton Economic Development.
Okay, and Denise, you have the floor.
Okay. We have the good fortune of having 3 experts here to help us learn about development. And I'm going to give you a brief overview of each of our presenters. You have a more comprehensive packet underneath there that'll give you more information. And as they come up to present, they'll fill in some of these details. I'm going to start with Sam. Sam Sharp is the Managing Director of Public Finance with D.A. Davidson. D.A. Davidson is a national leader in raising capital through fixed income banking, distribution, and advisory services. With over a 75-year history, the firm has demonstrated expertise and commitment to public sector clients. Sam has been an investment banker since 1999, working primarily with Colorado Special Districts. Before joining D.A. Davidson, he worked as a public sector management consultant, performing primarily quantitative analyses. Sam's clients included the United Nations, the City of New York, America Works, and the Rockefeller Foundation. Tonight, Sam is presenting on public finance tools for achieving city goals. Next, I'd like to introduce Amy. Amy Cara is the Chief Financial Officer with East West Partners. East West Partners is a family of related but independent companies devoted to building, selling, managing, and supporting high-quality real estate in the communities in which they operate. Amy joined the Riverfront Park team when the inspiration for this great new urban community was born in 1999. She's responsible for the financial aspects of the development, including over $300 million in construction financing, land transactions, and other legal considerations. Before joining East West Partners, Amy was an audit manager for Arthur Andersen in Denver, where she worked with a variety of clients to help identify business improvement opportunities, improve profitability, and obtain equity financing in addition to performing annual financial audits. Amy will present tonight on public investment as catalyst for the Central Platte Valley. And last but not least, Chris Waggett is the Principal and Chief Executive Officer with D4 Urban. D4 Urban is a Denver-based real estate company focused on urban infill, transit-oriented development opportunities. D4 Urban seeks strategic locations in stable, performing markets with transit access and growth potential as key criteria of its development model. Chris has over 29 years' experience working with the UK, continental Europe, Australia, and for the past 7.5 years, the USA, in both development and funds management, with sector experience in industrial, business park, CBD office, apartment, single-family, and master-planned community development, as well as operational experience within the age-restricted senior living sector. Chris will present on the infill redevelopment experience with the Denver Design District.
And before they begin, just wanted to say thank you so much, Sam and Amy and Chris, for being here this evening and having the opportunity to listen to you. And Chris, earlier this evening, designated me as his chief translator if needed. So, again, thank you for being here.
Sorry.
Need to match your slides for you.
Sure, if you don't mind.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You've got to pull the mic really close.
Really close,
Yeah.
like that close. Good evening. All right, so I am an investment banker. I work with issuers of debt that raise capital for infrastructure. And so I'm going to provide kind of an overview, hopefully, of some very high-level concepts that we'll hopefully see between Amy's project and Chris's project, examples of how those tools were used from a developer's perspective. First slide we have here is a little background on our firm, D.A. Davidson and Company. But one thing I'll point out there is the first bullet under that second section there, where it says that more than $3.6 billion in special district bonds were underwritten by our firm in the last 10 years. That's interesting in that that's all in Colorado, and that's all special districts. That's not cities or counties or airports or school districts. That's metropolitan districts and urban renewal authority debt. And that's just what we did. And so there's a huge amount of investment in infrastructure out there using the tools we'll go through here tonight. Go to the next slide here. We can kind of address why a city might choose to employ some of these tools. And every city is different, and this list is certainly not comprehensive. But as you look at your policy goals moving forward, these tools may help you with things like blight remediation, increase in general fund revenue by increasing sales tax, specific land use goals. Many cities are focused there on focusing on mixed use or transit-oriented development or density, any of those goals that may require more investment than the private sector can make on their own. These tools can help achieve. And then more just basic infrastructure needs. That's very often the case where you've got a regional improvement, an off-site improvement, something that weighs on a site's ability to develop that without a tool like this would not get done. So those are just examples. I'm sure there are 20 more potential policy goals that you could come up with as to how these tools may, which may be achieved by the use of the tools we're about to walk through here. And so I kind of decided to break the discussion into three different layers. One being a very project-specific taxation. That would be, from my perspective and what I've seen from other cities, the kind of the easiest tool to deploy from a policy question. This is having the project pay its own way, very specifically, and very unlikely to be politically challenging, unlikely to have any legislative kind of risks associated with it, kind of the low-hanging fruit, if you will. Next would be the use of tax increment finance through the use of your urban renewal authority, LIFT. That's usually reserved for projects that can demonstrate an even greater need than they could achieve through project-specific taxation. And then the third category we'll talk about is direct investment, or actually using the city's balance sheet, or putting more of the city's actual existing resources at risk. That's the one that you would see least often, because it would put existing assets at risk, but it is not unheard of, and certainly for cities that have a very high priority goal of achieving a development that can't get there with those first two, we see that third layer being used.
And Sam?
Yeah.
If there are questions that folks might have, do you want them held, or do you want to?
I think it would be great, now that we've kind of gone over what I'm going to try and talk about, as we go through the next three slides, hit me with questions as we go. Much prefer this to be a dialogue. So, I'm here for you. So whatever I can do to be helpful to your questions and your concerns or your interests, please hit me up. So focusing on site-specific taxation, what I mean by that is adding a new tax that would affect just the project being developed. So this would in no way have an impact on the city's taxes. This isn't the city using any of its taxing power. It's not anybody who pays taxes in the city today paying these taxes. It's very site-specific. And this is by far the most broadly used. So earlier when I mentioned special district debt, this is what I'm referring to. Most commonly, that would be through the use of a metropolitan district or a metro district, you may have heard. There are a few of those in the city of Littleton today. Littleton Village is a good example of a project that is just about to get underway, has a metropolitan district which allows that property to tax itself with an added property tax for the next 30 to 40 years to pay for infrastructure needed to achieve that development plan.
Another example of a metro district would be Highlands Ranch.
Absolutely, yeah. Highlands Ranch is a really classic example where that metro district replaces the function of a city, for all intents and purposes. Stapleton, Central Platte Valley, almost any new development that has any infrastructure investment of any kind. I mean, even down to 200 or 300 home communities would have a metropolitan district associated with it. They are very prevalent throughout the metro area and really across the Front Range. So any questions on the metro district piece of that? So that's an added property tax. In addition to an added property tax, if there's a hotel component of the development or a retail component of the development, something we've seen grow in use significantly in the last 10 years is something called a public improvement fee, or a PIF, P-I-F. In Colorado, we don't have a very usable statute for imposing a sales tax that is site-specific. So if you think of Riverfront Park, if we were going to, Riverfront Mall, excuse me, you imagine you wanted to redevelop that as a retail site, a public improvement fee on that site would increase the effective sales taxes that people going there to shop would pay. These are all, you see this at the Mills Mall in Lakewood, you see it at Belmar in Lakewood, you see it at Park Meadows, very common Centera up in Loveland. So it's a fairly common tool for retail transactions in particular, because it's a way to get an added sales tax. When I said earlier we don't really have the ability to do that through statute, what a public improvement fee really is a recorded covenant against the property, more in the nature of an HOA covenant, that requires anyone who has a sales transaction on the property to impose this extra fee and remit it to whoever's designated as the collection agent. The PIF concept doesn't actually require city approval because it's a private covenant on the property, so it isn't as if you're giving the power of taxation like you are with a metropolitan district for property taxes. But those are ways for the site to tax itself to pay for its own infrastructure. And typically that would be the first tool you'd want to put into place, because it's not getting into the more politically challenging questions of the next slide, which is the use of urban renewal authority and tax increment finance. So unlike metro districts and PIF revenue, which are site-specific and are new taxes added, tax increment finance collects taxes from within the existing mill levy. Let's start with the property tax piece. So your typical property in Littleton probably has 80, 85 mills on it, something like that, where you have a school district levy, you have a city levy, you have a county levy, South Suburban Park and Rec, all of those overlapping taxes. Let's, for the purpose of example, say those come to a total of 80 mills. The 80 mills, let's take up an example site. Let's use the site across the street from Riverfront. So it would be the northwest corner, currently undeveloped entirely. That 80 mills produces taxes on that land today. And the school district and the county and the city and the South Suburban Park and Rec all get those taxes. If that were to be placed into a urban renewal plan area within LIFT, you would strike a base for that property. And whatever the value of that property is today, the taxes those entities get from that property today would continue to go to them into the future. Even increases in inflation would go to them. So that base value would actually rise over time with reassessment by the assessor for inflation. So the idea there is that using LIFT, using an urban renewal area on that site would have no impact on the taxes being collected today by those entities, by those overlapping entities. But what it would give the power to LIFT to do would be to take the increase in value. If you were to develop something on the site, we built a hotel on the site. I don't know what the right use is there. I'm just throwing things out. You built a hotel on the site. The increase in value that hotel would generate that tax base times that mill levy would be available to LIFT as a tool, would not go to those other entities. So that's really the crux of the urban renewal policy question, is if that hotel would have been built without the use of LIFT, then there's an argument that those taxes were really the school districts, the cities, the counties, South Suburban Park and Rec. However, if you can be convinced, or if the policymakers at this, and it really comes down to the city, are convinced that absent the use of LIFT, that hotel project could not be viable, then that increase in taxes only comes from the investment from LIFT. Then those taxes weren't otherwise going to go to those entities. It's the investment that made the development possible. So the real crux in my mind of making an urban renewal tool viable long-term and making sure you're consistently applying the use of that very powerful tool under our statutes is the second bullet here about the but-for analysis. You'll hear that terminology a lot in the urban renewal world, that absent the use of LIFT, that project would not have moved forward. But for the use of tax increment finance, that hotel in that example would not have been developed. And so you really have to have a rigorous analysis there to be convinced, yourself, to convince the overlapping entities, to convince even we try to make this argument with the legislature as they evaluate whether the urban renewal law should be changed or not. It comes down to how rigorous that analysis is. That if you hire the right consultants, if you go through the right process, if you have consistent application of those policies, it should be the fact that the taxes that are generated that are available to LIFT to reinvest in the project are only available because LIFT made the investment. Does that make sense? That's a real key concept, I think, as you're evaluating whether or not to use LIFT or where to use LIFT.
What if you looked ahead and you said, yes, but with this development, the cost of public maintenance will increase also, and it will increase more than as if the tax had remained static. Is there a way to adjust that or consider that?
Absolutely,
So it's always a 0-0.
It's often the case that in addition to this but-for analysis, you'd have an economic impact analysis, which is a more broad picture of if we build that hotel has traffic impacts, that hotel has police needs, has fire needs, has needs that the city's going to have to meet, and it will generate revenue to the city. And so you can do an analysis of how much increased revenue is the city going to see from that development, and how much increased cost are we going to have on our general fund, and make sure that if the purpose of your investment is economic, is increasing your general fund dollars, then you'd want to make sure that the increase you're getting is outweighing those operational expenses. However, it is often the case that a city has as a goal remediation of blight in its purest sense, where it's certainly true that remediating the blight and increasing some development will increase their costs, but they are okay with that. As a policy goal, they're okay carrying those costs because the reason they're using the tool is not general fund dollars. It's purely to take a neighborhood out of a blight situation. Mr. Mayor?
With this, when the but-for and the consultants are the ones that are helping in this analysis, sometimes it's accelerating change that, at its worst, you could take a look at Detroit as an example, which was allowed to go to maybe the bottommost, might be some question on whether that's the case, before the revised plan comes into play to say how do you rejuvenate or remediate that situation. And so how do the consultants kind of, maybe a little peek under some of the cover, Mr. Investment Banker, go through some of that analysis, because the but-for you've said is very important, but land doesn't necessarily stay dormant forever.
Absolutely, that's right. And it's likely the case that there is some use on any site. There is some use that could be viable, right? And whether that's an hourly motel or whether it's the mixed-use development you're seeking, there's some use that could be viable absent investment. And so what you're considering is that use versus what your intended use or your intended policy goal. What the consultants, and the real consultant that I'm talking about isn't actually an investment banker. It's somebody who's more familiar with the development world. It's a consultant who can sit on the Lyft side of the table and say, the developers come to us and said, unless they get this investment from Lyft, the hotel project we want will only generate a 4% return on their equity, and that 4% return is not market, and therefore we're not going to get that equity investment. But if we get the Lyft investment, that takes the return from a 4 to a 12, and that 12% return is worth the risk, and that will induce the investment. That's the kind of pitch you'd get from a developer. What your consultant needs to be able to do is say, all right, let's look under the covers. Show us your pro forma. Show us what you think you're going to pay for land. Show us what you think you can get in nightly rent or ADR, average daily rates for your hotel rooms. What is it going to cost to build your hotel? What kind of debt do you have planned? What is your equity return plan? And that consultant's got to be someone who knows what that market is. One, knows what the assumptions are, because you can imagine there's all sorts of assumptions built into that pro forma. Someone's got to test those assumptions and say, I think you kind of are a little low on the what you're going to get for room rates. I think you're probably going to get more. I think given the market, you can move that up a little bit. I think you're saying you need to chase a 12% return. Really, I think what we've seen in the market is 11% return is sufficient. That's where the negotiation really needs to happen. Because once you get to the agreement on that there is a gap, first of all, between what the return would be without the investment from Lyft and what the return would be with the investment. First of all, identifying there is a gap and then measuring it to a point where everybody's reasonably established that they believe that it is real. Then using the tool to solve that gap, everyone's on the same side of the table. Right? Once you kind of identify there's a gap, we have an intended use, we've hashed out all those assumptions, there's $10 million gap or whatever it is that we need to fill. Now we can go to the tools and say, is it all of the property tax, some of the property tax, all of the sales tax, what's our lodging tax, did you use the Metro District, did you use the PIF? You can go to all those other tools and say, how are we going to fill that $10 million hole, in my example. You start from making sure everyone's on board with why there is a gap.
Just for an instance, you've thrown out some hypothetical return levels. Where do those get established, or how do you temper those so that your understanding is at 12 or 10 or 11 that would be a project target?
Yeah, that's a good question. And let me be real clear. I threw those out as just examples. We have developers here who can give you a better idea of what the return would be for any particular investment, but I'll tell you they are very different based on the level of investment. The size of the project, the type of project. I mean, if you're talking about an apartment project today that can be entitled and start construction as soon as they get the lift in investment, the duration of their investment is very short. Apartment projects are hot, equity's chasing that. That's going to be a lower return. Right? If you have somebody who wants to build a condo project today where there's almost none of that going on, there's a huge amount of risk. If you decided that was a policy goal you wanted to chase, for someone to take all that construction defect risk and go through all that, they're going to need a very significant return. I mean, so it's really a wide spectrum, and it depends a lot on the size of the project. Smaller projects are going to need higher return than larger projects because you won't have institutional investors chasing that. So it's fairly variable, unfortunately. It isn't as if there's a book you can go open and say, okay, what kind of project do we have? And there's the return that the market needs. That's why you need a consultant who has market knowledge, somebody who is out there and sees what other non-subsidized projects are achieving in return and what those equity investors are demanding to make their equity investment. Yeah. So real quick, I'll go through the sales tax component of that as well, which is very similar. Sales tax, the only portion of sales tax in an urban renewal authority that can be shared, that can be invested back into the project, is the cities. So the state sales tax, the county sales tax, and if you have any other override, RTD sales tax, those cannot be invested through the urban renewal authority by the city. So in a sales tax, you're really only talking about your own taxes, your own sales tax. And the only major difference between what I said earlier and sales tax, about property tax and sales tax, is for sales tax, you have a base, and that base does not change. It's whatever the 12-month preceding the creation of the base area or the plan area, whatever the sales tax were for those 12 months, becomes the base. Anything generated above that base into the future is increment, and that increment is available to Lyft as a tool to reinvest in the site. There again, the theory is if you have a dying mall, that mall's generated $1 million in sales tax and that's on its way down. If you're able to lock that $1 million in, the worst case scenario for the city is that the redevelopment they get the first $1 million back before they share any of that back through Lyft with the project and invest that in the project. Anything on that sales tax component? Okay. And then the last, which is a fairly, I suppose it depends on your politics, whether this is aggressive or creative and innovative, but would be actually using the city's existing funds or existing balance sheet. And I lumped those together because really that's saying we're getting away from the project paying for itself, right? Those first two tools were all about the project. If the project succeeded, great. If the project failed and went down in flames, the city's general fund, the city's balance sheet was not put at risk. So it didn't matter. The city took no development risk in those first two tools. The city was leaving that development risk in the private sector. The city was supporting the development by using those tools, but not taking any risk as to whether those projects failed or succeeded. If you actually invested your dollars in the project, or if you actually guaranteed the bond issue of LIFT or the bond issue of a metro district that was using their dollars to support the project, and the project didn't succeed, now you've got exposure to your general fund. So examples where that happens are pretty unusual, but they're not unheard of. This is how Thornton attracted their Cabela's up north through direct investment. They took money out of their general fund and invested it in their urban renewal authority to pay for the infrastructure. And if Cabela's works as expected, they will be paid back. And if it doesn't, then they've got some risk. Broomfield's another good example. Broomfield, the arena, the First Bank Center, was bonds issued through the urban renewal authority, guaranteed by the city. The city there had a strong policy goal of wanting a gateway to their city, an icon that said you've arrived in Broomfield, an economic generator. And they decided that using their recourse was an effective tool to achieve that goal. Thornton did that actually up in Larkridge as well, the Larkridge Mall, which is at 470 and I-25 up north. So there are examples around town where you'll see that, but it's much less common in terms of exposing your balance sheet. I think Amy will talk a little bit about direct investment in infrastructure, which is a little different too, right? Direct investment in infrastructure could be fixing a drainage problem, using your own capital projects funds to fix a drainage problem that affects a whole swath of land in the hopes that it will lead to development. There's not a direct relationship between that investment and your hope to be repaid. It's more of providing a platform upon which development can occur. That was the end of my presentation. There weren't very many questions, though. It makes me worry that no one followed it.
The variety of projects is probably borderline infinite, but in your guys' experience, have you got any sense or flavor for when these types of projects get done, there's some sort of positive incremental impact on surrounding property values? Is there any academic studies that suggest rules of thumb or anything like that?
You know, that's really out of my area of expertise, but that's whose area of expertise that is right there.
Okay.
The CN. But the same economic impact study that I was talking about earlier, part of what that would look at in terms of after the development, what are the costs to the city would be what are the revenues to the city? It wouldn't just be the project-specific revenues. You'd look at the impact on the entire city. So that would have a ring effect that immediately adjacent you start to have an increase in redevelopment, but you'd also have job creation, you'd also have head tax, you'd have all sorts of other revenue streams that would come into play beyond a specific project's boundary area.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
We got one question.
Yes, Bruce.
When you do you in fact lock this in? Or if, as you're several years into it, could it be readjusted for some unforeseen circumstance? And I'm talking about the rates, the return, the base, some of those issues.
Sure.
Is there flexibility, or are you locking yourself in?
So when you establish your plan.
As a city, are you locking yourself in?
As a city, yeah. So if LIFT were to establish a plan area and strike a base for the property tax, strike a base for the sales tax, have a redevelopment agreement saying what the next 25 years worth of any increment generated, how it will be used. Let's say you did that in 2014. If you get out to 2018 and things haven't gone the way you expected, or maybe there's some other new opportunity you wanted to, there's some reason to change that. Changing the base sales tax or the base property tax is extremely cumbersome. I think for the purpose of this level of discussion, you should assume that is not on the table. But changing how the increment is shared. It's a matter of, because the redevelopment agreement's a negotiation between LIFT and the redeveloper. And so if those two parties come to the table and say, we said we were going to share 50% of something, and now we think it needs to be 60% so that you can take some of that and go build another improvement, and that makes sense to everybody, you can absolutely make that amendment as part of that redevelopment agreement.
That was exactly what I was thinking, that type of.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I thought this was super, and I understand we're going to get the PowerPoints from everybody, but the handout we got, where did Michael go?
Yes, I've sent the city manager out
To get us complete versions
yes.
of, thank you. We didn't get, we must have missed every other page on it.
Oh, I see.
Whatever,
Gotcha.
so.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
He's keeping his day job, and his position as office assistant is at risk.
Maybe we should move on since we've got a couple of great developer examples of how these tools are used. I'm sure there will be more dialogue back and forth as we kind of continue. So I'll turn it over to Amy for her presentation.
So partially because I'm right smack in the middle and my presentation will be behind me, and also because I don't have a print of my slides as much as some notes to talk from, I'm thinking I'm going to go up there if that's all right. So hello, everybody. Again, I'm Amy Cara, and I'm a principal with East West Partners here in Denver. Not sure how much you all know about East West Partners and its genesis, but we actually started up in the Vail Valley developing resort communities. And so coming down to Denver was something, an unusual move for us when we did so in 1999. I'm here probably less to talk about the technical aspects of how one would make investments as much as different kinds of investments that were catalysts for us coming down and catalysts for us continuing to develop. And then I'm happy to take any questions along the way about the different aspects of that. But I think one of the things, certainly in our situation, is that it wasn't so much a gap that was ultimately the thing that got closed between us coming to Denver and not coming. It was a whether we are or whether we aren't. And you're looking at right there, Commons Park, which was probably the primary asset that was the start to that whole process for us. So really, I think one of the things that we would say, and this might sound selfish, but I think it's actually much like anyone else. When we move to do a development and we move to another city, we do it because a partner's willing to move there, right? They want to be involved out there. That's often the same kind of a thing that is going to that's why someone chooses an apartment in a particular city. It's why someone buys a home there. It's why someone does an office there. And so we make those kinds of decisions to move somewhere, to live somewhere, in much the same way. But these kinds of things, like a park like this, can actually make a huge difference. So I think a catalyst for us in thinking about Denver a little bit differently actually goes all the way back to when Federico Pena made his Imagine a Great City speech. So in that, he was really thinking big about changing Denver, not just Denver as the city of Denver, but the region of Denver, and making it a more wonderful place to be. That really sort of got wheels turning, that maybe we're not just a company up in Vail that's operating next to ski resorts, but there's potentially an opportunity for us here too. And it wasn't that long ago that this is what the Central Platte Valley looked like. This is not what it looked like when we were making a decision about making an investment into Denver. But as you can see, the red star on the right-hand side is Union Station, and that's really the edge of downtown at that point. The green star is the Commons Park that was depicted on that last slide. There's a whole lot of nothing happening in between there. All of those lines needed to get combined and so on. And the city had made huge inroads in making some of those things different. And that kind of a thing is a lot of what allowed us to do that. That was really a wasteland. It was a place that nobody was thinking anything about other than the company that owned it, which was Trillium. Trillium is a company that is primarily lumber, and they bought up areas just like this decades ago with the idea that someday cities would want to invest in that. And obviously you can see that those kinds of things are happening not just in downtown Denver, but elsewhere as well. So the big crucial difference was that the city said, okay, we need to clean up all those areas, we need to consolidate the main lines and so on, but we need to make a commitment to work with the entity that owned all that land at the time, which was not a developer and still to this day is not, and help them come up with a master plan. So the city, with the help of their director of planning at the time, Jennifer Moulton, identified this general plan that was the baseline for what is now Riverfront Park, Denver Union Station, all of those things. So all of those lines, this is formatted differently, but all of those lines got consolidated to the very center there. There's a spine down the center that is the vertical line that is the 16th Street Mall. And then it's a roughly, let's just say 100 acres here. The top 25 acres become the future Commons Park in this imagined development. The next 25 down in that area that's up above the tracks becomes the area that would become Riverfront Park. The idea was, let's focus all of our zoning here towards residential in this area. And I'll come back to that and the zoning and so on here in a moment. And then another area in between where the commercial would be focused. And then an area was imagined, and again, this was quite a while ahead, down at the base shore. See, now I handed this back to you because I didn't think I was going to need it, and now I'm actually talking about all this. So the first 25 acres up here, Commons Park, what became Riverfront Park is right here, and this is the consolidated main line, all of those lines in between. Then here is the area that's now sort of known as the Union Station neighborhood, but at the time was Union Center, designed to be where all of the commercial development would happen. And then there was another roughly 20 acres left over here around Union Station. All of that, even back at that time when we were getting involved, RTD did not own that station. It was all still, that was all something owned by Trillium. But the city started to imagine that the city didn't have to end right here and that they could reclaim the birthplace of Denver, which actually was here at the confluence of the Platte and Cherry Creek. So starting to make those thoughts come to life and imagine those ideas. Commons Park, though, was really the catalyst that started it all. They could come up with these grand plans and come up with these ideas, but they weren't really going to be able to get a developer to come in and invest in 23 acres of land at that time, which was, if you go back to this slide, at the moment, nothing. What we were being asked to invest in was over here. Without this, and without anything existing here and Union Station still not being a station, why were we going to invest? Because that very first catalyst was going to be Commons Park. Now, it's a beautiful place to be now, but it took a lot to bring this together. And ultimately, Commons Park was created initially by a leap of faith on behalf of the city, followed then by Great Outdoors Colorado funds, which ultimately were how that was financed. And if anyone wants to talk about the details of that later, that has its pluses and minuses, but it's created what Commons Park is today. The fact of that really allowed us as a developer to create an entire reason for being and an entire reason for a neighborhood to exist. It became what we based all of our marketing materials around. Some of our early materials even said Denver's Central Park. So it became sort of that reason for being there. And the reason, frankly, it wasn't just about us making a decision to move down there. We had to convince there are now 1,500 residences down there. We had to convince these people that they actually wanted to go down and move down next to the trains to the place where there are tumbleweeds rolling across all of there, to the place where there isn't yet a park, but there will be. We had to have those same conversations with everyone. But it also wouldn't have been possible without the other aspect of what needed to be done to make this possible, which was the creation of a metro district. So Sam has talked quite a bit about sort of this as a general structure, but it would have been, it was really nice for us to come in as a developer and have a framework for how this is all going to work already put together. We could add a little bit of thought process to it. But the city spent a lot of time creating not only this metropolitan district, which ultimately, speaking to flexibility, went through a couple of iterations over the course of its ultimate conclusion and still morphs a little bit to this day, realistically. But the combination of that and really thoughtful zoning was really important. The zoning that was ultimately put together here, I mentioned that the portion that's where Riverfront Park is up here is really primarily residential. The fact that that was considered up against Commons Park and certain heights sort of undulate along the park to create a meaningful environment there is really helpful when offset by the denser area that was designed for more commercial. Even things like the setbacks were thought about very much differently for the two sides. And I would say that it was so successful that when the zoning actually expired a few years ago, we went out to all of the neighborhoods and got support from literally every neighborhood in addition to the city. They said, we really like the way this is working now and we think it should continue. And so everyone was more than happy to sign up for another 20 years of it. But what I would say is the zoning is important, certainly, and that's less what we're talking about here today, but the fact that this framework was created for us that made it very easy for us to thoughtfully develop over the course of time, made it a way for us to make a significant investment in 23 acres of initial investment. And the fact that that was working as well as it did then allowed us to make a secondary investment in another 8 acres here, a little later, and then when Denver Union Station comes about in the future, for us to make another 4 acres worth of investment. So when all of these things are well thought out and all of the processes and the financing are in place, it really can continue to drive a lot of investment without you not necessarily needing to put a lot of city dollars in. I should say one of the most iconic aspects of the Central Platte Valley and of the district itself is our Millennium Bridge down there. And this is an interesting combination. So the Metro District had the primary responsibility of creating a bridge that would bridge from Commons Park and the Riverfront Park area over towards Union Station. And the amount of money that was initially put in the budget for that bridge was not the kind of money that was going to create something like this. When Architecture Denver designed this bridge, they said this really should be an icon for the city, and that will draw more and more people to come into this area. And they designed something that was outside of the budget. Now, you could say that was a bad thing, certainly, but ultimately, the city said, we'll put some in for this as well to make up some of that gap. The district came up with some additional dollars that they had not initially been planning on spending, and some other things were sort of rearranged. A little bit of it was value engineered and so on, so that everyone came to the table to create what's ultimately this icon. What's great about that is this is something now that Denver can say, appears on, when there's football games and stuff like that, it becomes an icon. You don't have to do something quite of this scale, but making little investments like this so that there becomes a there can be incredibly impactful in bringing in additional development, not just that first developer like ourselves, but all of the additional developers that come thereafter. With all of those things coming in, we began to have Riverfront Park. These first 3 buildings came up at the same time as the Millennium Bridge itself. And the combination of those and Riverfront itself really created a vibrancy and this whole sort of expansion of downtown down to this area. But that's not really the end of the story. At this point, Riverfront was only going to be so vibrant if it was the end of the line as being at the end of the line can be. So what else can you do to continue to expand on that process, to make it not just end at the plaza, but continue? I want to make a quick segue here. This is actually not that long ago, because now you can see Denver Union Station is coming in here. I put this slide in just to kind of show you that aside from Riverfront Park, for a long time, nothing else was happening in between, because in this commercial area, it was the end of the line. That starts to change, and Denver Union Station's a part of it, but a part of what caused that was these 3 bridges. So this is something that's completely separate from the Metropolitan District. It's completely separate from the additional investment by the city in that first bridge. But the other aspect of, certainly Denver doesn't end at the confluence of the Platte and Cherry Creek. It continues, and it continues across I-25, which had really created sort of this implied end of downtown by creating first the bridge across the Platte, and then the second bridge, the really larger and more significant bridge across I-25. They created the ability for folks that live up in the Highlands neighborhood to once again re-engage with downtown. And that was probably the most significant public investment that was made along the way. Could it have been done as the first one? Probably not, because you needed to create that center there. But it's created one of the most vibrant centers in downtown Denver, and it's not technically in the downtown area. So I want to bring that up. It has nothing to do with what East West Partners is developing, but if you look at where building permits are happening, if you look at where investment is happening, where restaurants are going, and where folks are focusing their attention, it is up here in Lower Highlands. So what changed to make all of these things happen? Well, we talked about the consolidated main line, and that wasn't so much something that the city itself did. Wellington Webb, and ahead of him, Federico Pena, making a commitment to make these changes, baby steps. You know, this is not the Denver Union Station $500 million move here. These are baby steps. Entities like the Greenway Foundation coming in and helping to assist with cleaning up rivers and so on, and a desire to bring the city back towards its birthplace, and then creating creative financing tools like the things that Sam has spoken about earlier, and some of the other ones where the city just said, okay, I will make this little additional piece of investment because I think it's important. But most of all, it's the passion. So the same kind of a reason that East West Partners moves into a city, not just, say, downtown Denver, but into other areas, suburbs, and so on, is because of passion. It's because of a desire to live somewhere. And if you have a desire to be somewhere, and then you have a desire to invest where you're planted. And so that's really what I came here to talk about. It's less about the technical details. It's more about what drives you to go somewhere. So I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Bruce?
Going through this whole process, who was the keeper of the flame? Who more than any, who or what entity more than anywhere or anyone else kept it going, in the hard time, kept the passion, kept the vision, kept that sense of place? Where did that reside?
I think to say that it was just one person all along the way, certainly we have principals at our company that have definitely held on to that flame, and kept the process moving, continued to advocate for things happening. But I think that has sort of moved over the course of time at the city, certainly. So as I mentioned, Pena was here before we got here, but Webb was here when we got here. That same excitement, to the extent that you continue to kindle development and things continue to happen, that can pass from torch to torch to torch. I think that same thing has to pass through the planning department as well. Jennifer Moulton was the huge catalyst and really the whole reason that Denver expanded like it did. She had great vision for that, and that really paved the way for others to have other creative ideas from there. But I think it kind of has to be everybody, just seeing that vision together. I don't think it can just be one person. Yes?
This may seem a little stretched, but it seems to me this all also goes back to the revitalization of Lawrence and Larimer and the building of the Auraria campus, that all of that is part of a spirit and energy that them wanted to do more down there. Is that the way you'd see that?
Yeah, I would. I mean, that impacted our investment less than certainly other folks. But those infrastructures that started in those areas, certainly you can continue to see development occurring today. Auraria continues to develop, and what I think is really neat is that Auraria initially started out as this sort of island in the middle of a large space, and it's now starting to embrace the city, sort of similar to the fact that we started out by the river, and now all the development is moving towards Union Station and back towards Denver. Now the development at Auraria is coming up to Spear. It was like the last place to go, but honestly, it's really what's made Auraria feel like part of the city. It's no longer something to be scared of. A lot of times these large, large streets that you don't feel like you can walk across as a person feel like an incredible obstacle. But Auraria, now that the buildings are right there, feels a lot more engaging. It feels like you could live right downtown and walk across to Auraria. And I think before that, people didn't necessarily see that.
Amy, you've talked about passion, but one of the other terms that you've used is flexibility as it moves through that. And we've had Bob Murphy and some of the folks from Lakewood talk about Belmar, about having passion, but it's at a high enough level that you're not rigid in what you're doing. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit on that flexibility and how it progresses, and how maybe there's a component that allows for some flexibility or appropriate flexibility.
Yeah. So I think the first thing that comes to mind as far as a big thing where we realized after a couple of years we needed to make a little modification is we had set up the Central Platte Valley District initially to cover the whole, to cover this whole area. So the initial bonds that were floated covered everything here. But as I mentioned, all of this is going to be residential and all of this is going to be commercial, and they're assessed at very different rates and might have different wants and needs. And so after really just a couple of years, we realized that could actually create some interesting challenges and some interesting opportunities. What we ultimately decided is, okay, this first debt applies to all of this, and that allowed us really to build the streets over here and to build the Millennium Bridge, as well as this spine of 16th Street here. What we decided, though, at that point is that we should exclude the riverfront area from the district going forward. It was no longer going to be responsible for future debt, and it was no longer going to be responsible for the operations. But you can't just do that in a vacuum, right? You can't just say, okay, great, so this side has got to do everything now, and these guys aren't going to pay for anything. You can't do that, obviously. So what we ultimately decided is we created a master association over there. They have all of the same costs. We provide any number of services in this area, which include off-duty police officers. We have the Downtown Denver Bid come in and keep things clean. We add flowers and all that kind of stuff. They have just a different mechanism for paying for all those same costs. And ultimately, we actually share a lot of the same vendors, and some of those contracts are even shared. But ultimately, it allows the residents to decide what they want to do on their side, and the folks that are on the other side to make a decision on their own about what they want to do from an operational perspective. So, those kinds of things can happen. You have to be very thoughtful about how and when you do that, though, and if you think you're going to need that kind of a flexible arrangement in your metropolitan district, you definitely need to speak with everyone involved in getting it set up at that time, because there become times that it gets harder and harder and harder to change them over time. So just sort of one example of how that's worked. The flexibility, I guess, that related to the Millennium Bridge. I mean, so we've got two bridges in the Central Platte Valley. I don't know how many of you guys have been down there to see the other one. This one, the Millennium Bridge, you might see more often. But there's a second bridge that was required by the PUD and was a requirement of the district. That bridge is much less iconic. And we could have had two of those less iconic bridges crossing. We could have made that decision. But the getting together and making the decision together to make it something that had an impact, I think was really important. Yeah.
Is Denver Urban Renewal any part of this project at all? In all these acreage?
They have not been directly involved with this stuff. Where Denver Urban Renewal Authority is now getting involved actually is in the Union Station area. It's a slightly different issue, but what was, certainly when Union Station was getting developed, one of the things that happened is we lost a fair amount of surface parking right in front of Union Station. Now, ultimately, I think that'll be great because it creates life and it creates pedestrian experience and so on and so forth. But there is still a need for someone to park down there. Everyone sort of thinks of the hub as being the one place that you don't need to park a car, but you do. There are businesses there, and people need to go to those businesses, whether they be retailers or offices or whatever. So we needed parking. And Denver Union Station Project Authority was trying to achieve that. And certainly private developers were trying to achieve that. Dura ultimately was able to take that over the hump because it was going to mean building. This is sort of an example of the gap instead of the if. Because the parking had to go deeper and deeper underground, it gets more expensive for every car, every level you go. So Dura was able to bridge the gap in the costs there, help make that happen. And so some public parking is going to go into one of the coming buildings that's coming in.
In addition to that, Denver actually has two different tools that they use for tax increment finance. The primary one being Dura, Denver Renewal Authority. They also have a Downtown Development Authority, which is a similar tool, gives you the similar powers with regard to the use of increment, and that was used to help finance the $500 million worth of infrastructure that is the core of the Union Station redevelopment. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about.
Yeah, I can. I was sort of specifically not talking Denver Union Station because, again, that's this big, huge, grand plan, right? Yeah. But that certainly is helpful to understand. Union Station is really, these are the 19.5 acres that are directly related to it. But the Downtown Development Authority took these additional blocks. You saw that slide here. You can see that this was just a couple of years ago. Not much had happened in between Denver Union Station and where Riverfront is. And so it was a great opportunity for them to do tax increment financing, make a broader downtown development authority, and capture some of those blocks so that not just the development of Union Station itself, but the development of some of that adjacent land would contribute to paying off the Denver Union Station debt. That one had to be carved out in a creative way, however, because there was already a metropolitan district in that area. You couldn't go taking the funds that the metropolitan district needed to pay its debts, but the city could create that and take its chunk to help pay down the debt of Denver Union Station with some of the increment created. So it became a win-win for everybody. All right. I'll turn it over to Chris. You going to come up here? Or?
Yeah, I'll do it up there.
You guys are making me look lazy.
No.
So, you're going to need to load me in. Thank you. Just whilst Denise is doing that, maybe I'll introduce myself, Chris Waggett, CEO of B4 Urban, a partner in a new development company. D4 Urban stands for Denver Design District Development. So our initial project is here. And it's really easy, you know, when you're doing this kind of presentation, when you follow people of the caliber of Sam and Amy. And so what I'm going to do is, although there's a lot of information on my slide, in a way what I'm going to try and do is color in and bridge what both of them have spoken to. And I think it's really impressive, by the way, when you've got a CFO who can talk with the amount of passion and detail on development as Amy, so it's really good. I think Denver Design District in some degree needs no explanation, and another is probably one of the sleeper projects in Denver. Everybody drives past the articulated wall and recognize that icon at the I-25 and Broadway, and yet a lot of people don't know what's been going on. So for the past 37 months, the passion that has been referred to has really been brought to bear in creating what we have now. And in turn, it's part of a 17-year story, which I'll just paint for you. But essentially, we have 67 acres, the largest single consolidated land holding, mile and a half from downtown. We have a GDP in place for 10 million square feet, so we're going to transition 900,000 auto-dependent space into a pedestrian-friendly community with many of the very themes that you've heard already. We're going to be LEED Gold and LEED ND, and critically, I think we're bookended by the Alameda Light Rail Station, where our first phase project will break ground next month, and I-25 Broadway, which means you've got a 9-minute ride to Denver Union Station and all of those great features that were discussed a moment ago, and then 44 minutes in 2016 and you'll be at DIA, which makes it an extraordinarily accessible location that's right adjacent to authentic neighborhoods. So one of the other things that I think gets really interesting here is in the previous example, it's creating something from nothing in many ways. In our experience, and as you're going to learn now, it's much more similar to yours, where you're going to have to deal with the existing embedded kind of interest and all of the complexity that involves. So the Broadway marketplace is about a 40-acre parcel of land, 400,000 square feet, big box retail, completely obsolete. It was only created 20 years ago under Urban Renewal Authority by Dura, and I'll talk to that in a minute. It's not completely obsolete, but it requires transitioning into a much more pedestrian-friendly, dense development. The Denver Design Center, an iconic destination retail sort of experience. And then what we call the collection at the southern end, where you have Quest Diagnostics with a medical office building. The Art Institute of America has a culinary school, and completely different lease profiles, but we've got to deal with that in the context of the planning approvals. And again, I'll come to that in a second. And then the other components that make up my little mosaic here is Alameda Station, which I went through more brain damage than any of you want to go through dealing with RTD in packaging up that site, and the sliver option, which I've also got. My comment about RTD is simply this: they're an organization that is somewhat challenged between its obligations to run a successful transit network, which we all know and love, and the city and the citizens have elected to expand and invest in. And on the other hand, they're trying to be, under Phil Washington's leadership, a catalyst for what they call transit-oriented communities. And obviously you understand that because you've got the benefits of that infrastructure here. And that's a tension, and it's a tension which makes it extremely difficult when you're a developer negotiating and dealing with that organization, or a city trying to reconcile the two. So 17-year assemblage. Warren Cohen and Jim Frank, my partners in D4, began this journey in 1996, buying the Denver Design Center out of the last financial crisis. So to the comment about what keeps the passion going, it really is, I think, some leading lights, and they can move a little bit, but it needs to be long-term vision. It needs to have city behind it. It will not happen if you are not collectively behind it. You will kill investor interest if you talk negatively about things. I cannot overemphasize now, post-global financial crisis, negativity is death. Investors run a mile. Alignment is investment. And so we then added the collection, as we call it, and the Broadway Marketplace in 2004. And then what you see here is a long-term preparation that I was the beneficiary of, which began, again, another theme. Peter Part was the Chief Planning Officer at Denver, a different approach to how the GDP emerged, much more collaborative, 23 community consultations, charrettes, with the members of the community from the Baker neighborhoods and Wash Park, who were very invested in what the outcome should be. We had a rezoning, we formed a metropolitan district, and then lucky old Chris Waggett, I was looking for a new gig when my former Australian company decided to pull out, and I was extraordinarily fortunate to, I say I'm the luckiest developer in America, to sit on above this project and be kind of leading it. So we have a general development plan, we have the zoning, we have the metropolitan district, we have a picture, a pretty picture, very reminiscent of what was shown earlier at the Union Station and Riverfront, and then the kind of grid reinstated from Wash Park and Baker to kind of undo the work the previous Urban Renewal Authority, with the best intentions, had done 20 years ago. So what do we have to deal with? We have to transition this extremely complicated web on the left-hand image into a very pure planning form on the right-hand, an expression of what it might be. Got to deal with existing leases. I've got income-producing assets. We're collecting about $9 million of income, roughly, a year. Is it passive? Is it active? I have some 20-plus investors who are partners of my partners in the deal. And then projecting forward $2 billion, maybe over the next 20, 30 years, $250 million of infrastructure to kind of reimagine this. So the good news is, and the key in my experience, and I'll hit the lessons learned at the end, again, very, very similar themes to what you've heard, consolidated ownership, aligned ownership with the objectives of Denver, and then public-private as a catalyst. Public-private is the key to starting to get the kind of, to get the deal going. So this device, this Venn diagram, was really how, through 2011, we really started to kind of get a common interest. Finding that common interest was key. There was an Urban Renewal Authority in existence. They had an extraordinarily successful TIF that could have been paid off 7 years early. 25-year life, it could have been paid off in year 17. That had created the Broadway marketplace. So powerful. And think about it, 2008, collapsed financial markets, no market for what this guy's doing, everybody looking for somebody else to make kind of payments, and Dura needed a good news story. So there was a heck of a lot of incentive to pay off those bonds, move on, and say, we did a good job, that was our job, deal with it another day. Fortunately, we got the attention of Dura through Denver that realized, along with RTD, that we could get a common interest, we could get an alignment if we repurpose that money, and that D4 happily was with the aligned ownership and the Metropolitan District. And I'm going to mention eminent domain in a minute because that comes into it whether you like it or not, for the most part. Phase 1, which we have on site now, Denver essentially gave us the future proceeds of an existing TIF. They projected forward on the 7 years about $13 million of revenue that our project, created some 17 years, 20 years prior, was generating. So they said, if we give you that, we supplement it, so we'll continue to collect that, and I won't go into the intergovernmental agreement between Dura and Denver, but essentially we'll give you that money, we'll supplement it with an additional $5 million, here's $17.8 million. You go fill the gap, which was a $21 million project, and I'll explain what that was. It's an infrastructure project. And that would then give a flow-on $48 million of private investment. So $13.5 million of equity, which is partly Warren, Jim, and me, and partly the external investors we've got, and then 31.5 of debt. So the 2.7x, doesn't matter what your politics are, my view is extraordinarily good value for money from Denver. Within actually less than 36 months, they'll see a 2.7x multiplier that then leads to a $2 billion of onflowing investment. But it all came about because of a GDP that was put into place around the site. Then we thought, let's get this catalyst in place, and then let's unlock RTD's pilot TOD project. The first time RTD was going to extinguish parking on a station, the first time it was going to sell a fee to a developer 3 acres. Never done before. We were told it wouldn't be possible. We did it. And
Chris,
so,
I want to do a quick piece.
Please.
For those of us that may have skipped a beat on this,
Sorry.
say GDP.
I'm so sorry. Acronyms. It's the bane of a developer's and planner's life. The General Development Plan. So the Denver Design District Development Plan was formulated between 2006 and 2010, along with the rezoning and the metropolitan districts. In other words, all of the instruments to give expression to what we're now talking physically about on site was pre-planned by, dedicated people like yourselves, engaging with the community. So it's a long process. A $2.6 million investment by my partners, Warren Cohen and Jim Frank, and their subsidiary investors. But then the other point, Diane Barrett, talking about who's important here. Diane is the chief projects officer for Michael Hancock, and as she said, it's synergy and serendipity. And I have this expression, I mentioned it to the guys before, that for big projects to happen, you've got to get the stars to align. To get the stars to align, you've got to get them into the same universe, which occurs by people in this room and people outside this room. If that doesn't happen, the project doesn't happen. Doesn't matter how much passion we bring to the table, how smart our investment banking colleagues are, it won't happen if that doesn't occur. And very often it only comes into alignment for a very short period of time. There's a lot of information here. I won't kind of bore you with it. You can read it later, and I'll sort of skip the beat. But other than to say that this Venn diagram, this association of D4 as the kind of catalyst in terms of the private sector saying, this is the idea we want to do, Denver coming to the table saying, we're going to bring the TIF dollars repurposed, Dura being a party to that, and then RTD saying, wow, if that happens, we can sell the station, we can transition it from being a park and ride station where people from Golden and Evergreen, can you believe it, would drive to Alameda Station. Why? Road pricing works. And let me explain why. I come from, been in the United States, love it, been here 8 years nearly. But road pricing exists. And the reason it exists is because human beings are rational. Alameda Station was the last free parking closest to downtown. So what do people do? They get in their car and they drive to the last free parking. What RTD would well like to see happen, the reason we're extinguishing the parking, is they're happy. There will still be a need, but they want the mass parking to be at I-25 Broadway, and they'd rather, with 2,200 spaces now on the West Line, out through Lakewood, they want people to park closer to home and ride a little longer. And as the city densifies and urbanizes, that makes more sense. So that was the logic. But what we've got is we've got a $21 million infrastructure project on site. We had to implement eminent domain. So as we sat down, you can imagine, the city of Denver, Dura and RTD, nobody likes eminent domain, right? Property rights inalienable, we all know that. But where there was an alignment and there was a benefit and the picture was presented, it made sense, and I'll explain what that was. The other thing we had to do, which was, again, a wee bit frustrating, having been awarded the pilot project, was we actually had to then back solve what RTD wanted the rules of the pilot project to be. So any other developer, if you develop Mineral Station or any of the other stations, I suspect you'll see the kind of device we've got here. And when you're doing a station, you have, in that little triangular device which we said there, RTD first had to write what the principles of good TOD were. Incredibly, we were awarded the site and they didn't actually know what they wanted the site to be. So we had to kind of devise that. We always have to deal with transport operations, Transit Access Committee, safety, clearly critically important and rightly so. And then they had the specific pilot project objectives of the program. There were 4 stations that were nominated, of which we secured the first Alameda Station, Village ASV in the middle there. So we kind of had to back solve that. Ultimately, the infrastructure project creates an easement that comes underneath and between the 2 buildings, and I'll show you that in a broader context. At this point, Dura had dropped away. Now RTD came to the fore. Denver became the consent authority. D4 was the developer. So you're now going to see the marriage of the 2 projects, and we're going to be starting this in March, hopefully just before the end of March. So this became the intersect between the infrastructure project that goes all the way to the Platte, goes out into Wash Park. It's essentially a man-made river, 12-foot wide, 8-foot tall infrastructure project. A man-made river, you can drive your truck through it. Do not, you have been warned, do not drive down Broadway for the next 45 days. If you go between the Imperial Chinese icon and the Blue Bonnet, we close 2.5 lanes of Broadway to build this massive great pipe which will then cut across. It's going Dakota Avenue, dog legs down past the Imperial to Virginia. Don't get caught in
I drive that twice a day, so it's your fault?
It's my fault.
Okay, thank you.
But we're thrilled, because why are we doing it? Why are we doing it? It was on the Capital Works project of the City of Denver. They didn't have a funding source. Anybody who knows Wash Park and knows the I-25 Broadway Lincoln intersection, it floods. 100-year event, we just had one in Boulder. People say they don't happen, they happen. And we have chronically underinvested in infrastructure in the Western world. We all know that. US, everywhere. We're now playing catch-up. And Denver had it on the Capital Works project, but didn't know how to do it. What the developer, our investment banker, and the kind of passion that was just been described said was, what if we repurposed, in this case, the TIF? And so what this does is it means that buses no longer traverse the site. We'll have the two buildings, the northern building, the southern building, a pocket park, a new transit plaza with B-Cycle bike share program. You can now walk between Dollar Tree that used to be there. Happy to show you it. It no longer exists. We had to move Dollar Tree and two other tenants. We had to use eminent domain to buy this piece of land here. There was, obviously, the district was requiring from my partners and themselves in the Broadway Marketplace, but we had a couple of what could have been unfriendly condemnations. In the end, we did it through purchase sale agreement. Part of the reason I think it was uncontroversial was in the preceding 5-6 years of planning, 23 community meeting charrettes. So the community said, on balance, we like it. And the only objection we've had to losing the parking is somebody who lives in the Baker neighborhood, 2 blocks to the north, who said, I can't drive to Alameda Station. So that's really been the only aggravation. So the synergy is connecting it. And of course, now what you see is these are the actual bus routings that will go around the site, come back up, and now we're describing the future city blocks, 8-acre parcel where Kmart is. XL, second most important substation for all the redundancy of southern Denver. And then all of this is inline retail, which we'll tear down and redevelop as leases come due and as we can move tenants around. So it's a real, as I call it, Rubik's Cube, three-dimensional Rubik's Cube. What does it lead to? You've seen much prettier pictures than this one, but that's an axiometric view, I guess, of the Denver Design District if we built out the full 10 million. We start with Alameda Station. We'll look at how we will redevelop the BMP, the Broadway Marketplace, that sea of parking, 2,200 spaces in there, and how we'll do an iconic office building at the southern end. And we've had 1.5 million square feet of office inquiry that looked at this site. And we know it's an office location, right, because DaVita were interested.
You're not going to mess with the blue bonnet, are you?
No. He's an investor. He's a cousin of my partner's. Don't worry about it. So Gary is a wonderful.
Got a little touchy there.
So maybe this actually speaks to a lot of what's on your mind at the moment. What are the lessons learned so far? And I'm sure, again, Amy could do a better job because she's lived through it. I'm right at the beginning of the journey. But it requires vision and leadership, quite obviously. It absolutely doesn't happen without partnership. I won't read everything, but interagency cooperation is key. And on the one hand, I can be critical of RTD because of their challenges, but on the other, I couldn't be more delighted because of the way they're trying to kind of balance the kind of dichotomy between that operations and transitioning and helping a neighborhood become transit.
I have a question. Along Broadway, there's a lot of older type buildings. Some of them are worth keeping, no doubt. Are you doing anything working with those owners, or?
There is a South Broadway owners group, and we certainly attend that. We've got 68 acres between Alameda and I-25. We don't own all the pad sites. So Blue Bonnet is owned by cousins of my partners. The Imperial Chinese is different. Taco Bell is different. There's some of the chains that have got what we call the gaps in the smile or the teeth on our section of Broadway. I've been in Denver 8 years. I cannot believe the gentrification of Broadway. It's extraordinary, and I think it really speaks to the kind of movement to urban living that we've seen, downtown. And there's that move back. So I think it's going to happen incrementally. I think you're going to see a lot of adaptive reuse because I think a lot of the funky loft spaces are really interesting to people, or the older buildings. A lot of the sites, if you don't have the consolidation, you just are not going to get the density. So I can't sort of speak to it. There is certainly a lot of coordination. The fact that we have Councilman Chris Nevitt as as he says, lucky District 7, as our councilman is key. If the council, the respective councilman or woman, is the person who is behind this and champions it with the mayor and general manager and the community, you're going to get action. You're going to get investors interested. And again, I've been in capital raise mode for a little over 12 months. It's brutal out there. The comments about costs, I mean, equity, those numbers are way low on what equity wants out of property development. I'm talking high teens, low 20s. And then you've got the kind of ridiculously low cost of debt in relative terms, but it has other challenges. So we're in a bit of a funky financing market at the moment. But that being said, we will transition as this project comes forward, and as people saw Denver investing $18 million with us, that made investors, ears prick up. They said, hang on, all this planning's been done, and this city is investing this amount of money at these times. They're clearly behind this. Then they dialed into what the mayor's office was saying, our council was saying, and investors get real serious about that. So I would just play your sensibilities when you're making comments or when you're getting behind projects. It matters, and investors run a mile if they don't kind of feel that it's a community that wants to be supported. I'm not making a judgment, I'm just making a statement. So there's the multiplier effect, which is part of the modeling and the consultant piece that IBs and others can bring to the table. It requires a hell of a lot of patience and determination. The consolidated land ownership helps a lot. I don't think you're going to get away from eminent domain, but I think it is a dirty word in a lot of people's minds, but it's how you go about it, and there are some extremely capable people. Our eminent domain attorney did not put a foot wrong. He typically acted for acquirees. We brought him in on our side of the table. We had great conversations, and it was friendly through purchase and sale agreement. Public consultation, balance sheet matters. You may have to supplement, we heard that comment, or how you choose to do that. You've got to have the long view. You're going to ride cycles on these projects, and you've got to be able to deal with that kind of whipsawing. I think the other thing is the strategic and the tactical, which is really what, again, Amy was saying, and what my experience in 30 years in development in different places has taught me. You have to be responsive to cycles. You have to be responsive to trends. That doesn't mean the vision changes, but you heard it. There was a commercial precinct, there's a resi precinct. How did it sort of play out, can be influenced. And of course, topical at the moment in Denver, which we don't see clear sight to resolution, we were talking about it, is the condo defects legislation, which is having a profound effect on the form of development around light rail stations, despite what mayors and councils and others want in terms of mixed-use communities. It's a real problem. And I think Tom Clark at Metro Denver said it really well at a ULI function just recently. What was promised was transit to facilitate land use for mixed development. And we're getting a bit of mono-facing development at the moment with a lot of apartments. Not bad when they're commercially developed, Class A, institutional grade. But we want a bit more blending. And I think, you can judge that. So on the kind of requirements side, it's fairly obvious, I think, and hopefully self-explanatory. On the challenges side, one of my other favorite cliches about our industry is it's all about the 3 Ps, right? Not only public-private partnerships, but politics, people, planning. It doesn't happen if people don't get together and figure it out together. And so it's key that at the end of the day, if personalities clash, stuff doesn't happen. If people get together, it really happens. In my experience, if the testosterone leaves the room, then a lot more happens. So I think there is a challenge, public-private dichotomy. I think what you're going to grapple with as you sit with people like Sam is to what extent do you want to invest in a development? How do you want to invest in development? And those are the kind of challenges that I think face you. Because it's complicated, it's challenging, it's costly, it requires immense coordination to make this stuff happen. It doesn't happen by happenstance, it happens by real kind of forethought. It requires an awful lot of interagency agreements. As of end of year last year, the 2 projects we're doing, which is only $66 million worth of work, which 21 million is on site, I was at 56 legal agreements and counting. When I close at the end of March, it'll be 80 agreements. And we are a private company. So there is a real cost to what we're talking about, but a real benefit, clearly a massive benefit. We talked about eminent domain. Split incentives is a real problem, and it comes to your point about ownership. Fractured ownerships, people with different objectives, can really cause havoc if you don't get an alignment, and of course general development plans, station area plans, things like that help enormously. And the others, I'm kind of now reading them all, which I don't intend to do. So that's my piece, and I'll leave you with those thoughts.
Questions now that Sam and Chris and Amy have pointed out on how easy this is. Yes, Deb.
Chris, you're not that far from the Gates redevelopment area.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you work? I would assume there needs to be some cohesion between the two, even though you may not work together on it. What do you do when there's another large development, redevelopment down the street?
That is a really good question. So, well, a couple of comments. Gates, in my view, is a case study in how not to do scale development. It was also smashed by the cycle, so it came on at perfectly the wrong time. But it also was a planning process that was played out, and every interest, every sort of group was, as I understand it, somewhat pandered to. And because of the fact that they did it so publicly, you make yourself, as both the City of Denver, the Urban Renewal Authority, the developer. So my sense is that was not the right way to play that strategy. What Warren and Jim did in putting the team together for the design district is they really worked with Denver, engaged the community, but really didn't want a fanfare. They wanted to kind of do it in a much more low-key way. And I think the proof of that is the fact that we're kind of moving forward. And they did sort of segmented parcels that they sold off. The reason why I don't sort of dwell on what other people are doing is I can't control what I don't control. And in development, I've learned a long time ago, you can waste an awful lot of energy worrying about what other people are doing. The other thing is the retailers vote with their feet. It's not a retail destination. The fact that in order to make the retail development on the Santa Fe parcel work was you need to put $17 million into a bridge to go over the Platte was insanity. That's telling me it's not a kind of a retail destination. So the access to the site doesn't lend itself to that. Most retailers look at the site. I'm probably going to be proved wrong tomorrow. So on the front page of the Denver Post, you'll see that, Walmart's gone there or something. So, but the truth of the matter is that many retailers look at the site and then they come and talk to us. Because Alameda Broadway is the kind of retail epicenter. The catchment area is fantastic. It's just the kind of accessibility. So, I mean, personally, I think it's tragic that the building's being torn down. But I think there are lots of stories that could be written about that. It's a beautiful icon. It was where Model T Fords were built. It's where munitions were built during the war. I think it could have been repurposed. But that isn't Gates' objective, and so it's being torn down. And I suspect it'll be a mixed-use, predominantly residential development that'll kind of be available to somebody in the next 3 years when it's cleaned up and ready to go. And that'll be good. That'll be great for us. I see it as a compliment.
Help you recruit retail to have that residential?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But it's a very different character when you go south of I-25 than north of I-25. You have the kind of authenticity of the Wash Park neighborhood in Baker. So, but yeah, it's those are a lot of kind of personal comments. So, yeah, I'm probably a bit close to it.
There was one quick comment that I thought I'd make related to kind of what you were saying there, though. I think that it's important when you take on projects like this. You alluded to it, but I don't think you can be all things to all people. And I think you need to be careful to figure out what it is that you're going to be able to do very, very well, and do that. As soon as you start trying to do 15 different things for everybody, you'll water down everything, I think. And so, not to say that all of the views aren't important. And we had on Denver Union Station, there were 96 members, I think, on the community committee. So, certainly you want all the feedback and so on. But after getting that feedback, I think you need to figure out what it is you do well, what it is you can do and can really achieve, and focus on that.
My screensaver has 3 words: focus and execute. I look at it every day.
You mentioned briefly that you have to look at the plan to relocate some existing retail. Can you touch on that? And is that part of your responsibility? Is it one of the items that has to be done by your group?
Yeah, that is a really tricky area. And the reason it's particularly tricky for what I've sort of inherited is that the Broadway Marketplace came together under an urban renewal plan 20 years ago. So the big aha moment came with Denver and RTD when I said to them, so you've made Alameda Station a pilot project, which is great. I can develop that, and I've got some ideas. But you do understand that the longest dated option, if all are exercised by one of my anchor tenants, is 2069. And then everybody started to go, oh. And so I said, I think it'll be my children's children that'll be doing that one. So a lot of because it was an urban renewal area, and because the form of urban development at the time that kind of prevailed was big box retail and kind of strip type retail, as opposed to vertical mixed use, a lot of those leases don't have redevelopment or relocation clauses, and so I have to do it through relationships and through offering alternatives, and I'm going to get into that sort of from the second half of this year onwards, as we start after Alameda Station, after the pipe's gone through, to kind of envisage where the next phases go. But in my experience, the reason it doesn't faze me is because it's typically got nothing to do with leases at the end of the day. It's all to do with corporate action. So look what's happened in the last 10 years. The internet has destroyed large big box retailers. So they're all looking for smaller formats. So suddenly the conversation's changed. It's not me asking them to move. They're coming to me saying, how can I move into a smaller space? How can I now showroom? How can I take my 107,000 square foot box down to 40,000 square feet? So going from an anchor big box to a junior anchor, because they're starting to play an internet and a retail strategy. So I'm actually, that's the least of my concerns. And then it becomes Chinese checkers.
So we have the wonderful panache of an inner ring suburb to leverage as one that's complemented by some very natural resources around the town. And it's a little bit different than some of the projects that you've put out before us, but it gives us an opportunity to vision and look at opportunities on that front. Around the table, last questions for our panel.
It's an excellent presentation. Appreciate it, all three of you.
Outstanding.
Very good, thank you.
So thank you, Sam. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Chris. And I'm glad I didn't have to translate too much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
So team around the table, let's take 10 minutes and then reconvene with the lift and the council.
my name is Ann Ricker. I am the principal and owner of Ricker Cunningham. We actually celebrated our 21st year in business the day before Valentine's Day. I don't know that a relationship is significant at all. But I've been in the industry for about 27 years. Started in the real estate division of an international accounting firm, worked here in Denver and Los Angeles and Portland, and then returned to set up the practice, like I said, about 21 years ago. Very similar experience. In fact, the mention, I think it was Amy, had worked at Arthur Andersen or something like that. And my business partner was also at Arthur Andersen. And then Sam, it was so funny because while I was catching up on my emails, Sam had sent me an email today asking me to do a condition survey in another city. And he and I actually did 3 bond packages during the recession. So when he talked about urban renewal and PIF and some of those other tools, we actually did 3 different bond offerings, believe it or not, during the recession, using all of those tools. So I feel like this is great because I can kind of continue that discussion. So kind of for tonight's purposes, in addition to fiscal analysis, market analysis, kind of just all that stuff. We're real estate economists. We just happen to do about a little over 60% of all the urban renewal work in the state of Colorado. So I kind of have the library of just about every plan, condition survey, impact report that's been finished. And so what I wanted to do was walk you guys through, say, okay, this is where you are today with good direction. We thought, okay, let's just say this is where you are. You have an urban renewal authority. You have an existing plan area that is about to expire. Now what do? How do you go forward and use this tool in other areas of your community? So just over the last few weeks, as I've been talking to Michael and Jim and that, just kind of understanding a little bit, not enough yet, but some of the questions that are coming up both by authority board members and council, I'm sure ultimately by planning commission members. And so what I thought I'd do is you've got 2 things in front of you. I tried to really simplify this. So what you have is the very long sheet identifies 4 different entities. Okay? It says the Urban Renewal Authority Board, or the Urban Renewal Authority, City Council, Planning Commission, and then the private sector. So those could, we can pretty much assume we're talking about people that own property. Okay, they might come to you with some sort of a request. They might ultimately be in one of your plan areas. And then across the top, what we have are a series of tasks, things that might come up. So for instance, we've got, conduct administrative matters of the authority. So who does that? Establish the authority policies and practices. You may have some of those already, but many authorities, even if they've been in existence for 20-some years, haven't necessarily documented their policies, their procedures, the criteria by which you'll evaluate different requests. Don't feel bad if you don't have that. Very few do. I advocate to my cities, to my urban renewal authorities, that they do document as much of that as possible. It gives you this defensible decision making. It gives you that thing you can point to and say, we as a board really are looking to make these things our priority. And so when somebody asks, why did you spend money on that project? Why did you engage that property owner or that developer? You can say, well, these were our policies. Now, doesn't mean yet you can not go outside those things, but it kind of gives you a north arrow, gives you a direction. And I also recommend that you update them every year as you gain new information. So anyway, that's some of the authority things. Also educate stakeholders who can do that or who does that best. Cause a condition survey to be started, and we're going to talk about that process tonight. So I won't read all of these for you, but and I want to say too, this isn't to say that just because the obvious entity to do some of these things we've identified, it doesn't mean that we're assuming that the authority wouldn't have the support of council. I mean, we would assume that this would be a partnership. It's just that the authority board in certain instances should really be the one to carry the water. And then you should come back to council at important points in a process or when you're making decisions, and just kind of report into them and get their input. But so hopefully that's kind of the good news for several of the council members to know that, you're not going to be obligated for a bunch of meetings and a bunch, a lot more meeting commitment time. These kinds of efforts are really largely led by the authority board, but we do truly expect and hope that there's a very good partnership with city council. Okay? So that's your roles and responsibilities. Now what you can do is put that up in front of you, and then I've got 4 PowerPoint slides, and you've got 4 pages here. So if you have room, I know you're kind of tight for room, but if you can lay them out, almost like a timeline, they should match up pretty well. And I'm just going to walk you through these. And what you're going to look at here is we identify the entity up above that is essentially in charge, leading those tasks. Everything to the left of the red line, did somebody want to say something? We okay? To the left of the red dotted line, these are just administrative urban renewal tasks. Everything to the right of the dotted line is as if you were going forward from tonight, saying, what do we do? How do we identify an area? How do we decide what the boundaries of that area are going to be that we want to look at and perhaps create an urban renewal area for? Straight on through somebody perhaps coming in after, let's say you adopt a plan for an area and then comes to you and says, I've got a great idea for a project. Would I be able to apply for some financial assistance? So I'm going to take you right through that process and explain where each of the entities kind of weighs in at that point in the process. And then also down below, where there are points where you'll be educating stakeholders in the area or whether they'll have an opportunity to inform you, okay? And that'll be reflected in the direction of the arrow. Okay? Is everybody clear? Good. So as I said, this is all administrative stuff, but let's just go ahead and assume that this is tomorrow morning, let's say. So, urban renewal authorities can approach this really one of 2 ways. You can sit and wait for people to come to you with a project and say, listen, I've run my numbers and I can't make them work. And boy, if you had this financial resource for me, this urban renewal tool and the tax increment that comes with that, I think I might be able to make this work. So you remember Sam said something about the but for? Okay, so they would be coming into you saying that. Now, what would happen is if you took that, that's what we would call a reactive response, and that's totally fine, is that you would decide at that point, and maybe through several meetings, is this really a project that we like? Is it consistent with our comprehensive plan that we just recently adopted? What are the merits of it? And then you would say, okay, let's say you said, okay, yeah, we kind of like this, right? And maybe the authority would come to council and say, hey, we're considering this and all that, and that's optional, but you all can define that kind of communication. And then they might say, okay, yeah, this one looks really good. Well, in order for us to do that, we have to do 3 major steps. And I'm going to explain this and then go through it. We have to study the area, and that means we have to look not just at your property, but perhaps some properties around that. Maybe we want to do more than just what you want to do. And we have to study the conditions to see if that area could even qualify as an urban renewal area. And simply put, and I can go into much more detail if you want me to, but simply put, an area can only qualify for an urban renewal designation if at least 4 of the 11 conditions identified in the state statute are present somewhere within the area. Now keep in mind, you could have 10 properties and 9 of them could have no conditions present. That would be very unusual. And 1 could have 4 or 5, and you could still do that. And And that's okay, but you would only do that if that area truly made sense. I'm just saying you don't, that many times people get confused. They think, gosh, if I'm in an urban renewal area, does that mean I have all this, quote, blight, which, by the way, is a legal term that we all hate. But does that mean my property has all these blighting conditions? Not necessarily. It might have one or two. It might have none. It might have more. They might be conditions that are really coming from these public areas that are negatively impacting you. It can be a whole host of things. So it's not an indictment. But all we're really doing is saying within this planning area, do we have enough conditions that we could ask council to consider designating this area as an urban renewal area? Okay? Then you'd have to do an urban renewal plan. Then you'd have to prepare what's called an impact report, which is where you try and estimate any potential impacts to taxing entities that might affect the properties within that area. And then, and only then, you could go to council in the context of a public hearing and say, please consider creation of an urban renewal area here. And after that, you get to go back to the developer and say, okay, now we're ready to consider your request. Now, that entire process normally, casually, takes 6 months. So that's one option. Now, if you want to be proactive, and you already know some areas of your community, primarily commercial, okay, and that's important to say, that you just know the infrastructure's old, it's insufficient, you know, there's just not enough money in the cap, you know, the CIP to get to every area of the city with, you know, roads or sewer problems or something. You might say, hey, we've already identified these areas. Let's go out and study them now. Let's find out what the conditions are. Let's see if it makes sense to set up a plan there. Let's go ahead and do those 3 steps and then bring that back to council and say, we'd like to preemptively establish this kind of tool in this area, but not necessarily use it until somebody comes in and requests it. But just imagine the better position you can be in. You know, it's totally up to you. I say this without bias, but when communities, when authorities do that, they're just saying, we want to be ready when investment is ready. We want this to be a tool that's in our toolbox that we can offer them. Okay, and it can be something that once you do it, you let people know you've done it too. It's like we're open for business kind of a thing. So it can go either way. So what this timeline shows you is that we're assuming, for the purpose of this discussion, that, you know, we know we've looked at your comprehensive plan. We know you've already done that kind of homework. You generally know, at least at the level that a comprehensive plan would go to, where some of your areas are that you would like to improve, that you have bigger visions for, that maybe you've had private sector interests, and again, largely commercial areas, corridors and that. So let's say we generally know where those are. So then what you want to do is, if you say, okay, we'd really like to study these areas, what the statute says, what the urban renewal statute says is, if you commence a condition survey, so that's just going out and saying, what is going on here? What's the condition of the infrastructure? You know, do we have overhead utilities? Do we have non-conforming uses? I mean, there's just, you know, you can kind of go down the 11 list, the 11 items in the statute. But if you're going to commence that kind of a survey, what the statute says is you have to send a notice to all the property owners within the area, which I think is just smart anyway, right? I mean, we never go into a property, ever. We never, you know, not even a commercial property. We don't go inside. We really do things from the public right away. But you know how it is. If you own a business and somebody's out there and looking and you're like, well, who are they and what are they doing? So it's always a good idea to let people know that this is starting. But also, sometimes it's intimidating when somebody gets a little postcard and says we're doing a survey of conditions. And so what we prefer to do and what we'd hope you would do is we always say, let's just host an informational meeting. Let's invite everybody. I mean, the community at large, not just the people within maybe one of the areas. Let's say we've got 3 or 4 areas identified, let's pick a place for the meeting where they don't have to go too far, you know, a meeting in their area. And let's be there and answer every question they could possibly ask us about what is this tool? I've heard these bad things about it, or I've heard these great things about it, or, you know, what should I know? And just sit there literally and answer those questions and then tell them we're going to send a postcard, okay? I just think that's a much better way to do it. So we decide to host a meeting. we're cleaning up the area at that point. We have a general idea, but maybe we don't have all the specifics. Maybe we get good information when we have the informational meeting. Again, we might have a pretty good idea, but sometimes you go to those meetings and the people will say, oh, you've already been working on this for a long time. You already know. You were already going to do this. Well, we knew enough to have the meeting, sure, absolutely, but that's not to say that everything's set in stone in terms of what we're going to study, and we do want to hear from you. Maybe you've got some information, but with that input, we finalize the area, boundaries, then we do send that postcard. We say, okay, we're going to start doing this survey, and then it would be me. I would, myself and my staff, but me 100%. Literally goes out and looks at every property, every right-of-way, every drainage way, everything. I look at everything. And then I come back, I do online research. I interview staff, public works, police department, fire department, and then I put all of that information into the first document that's called the condition survey. And I got to tell you, I've done so many of these, and even if a community never takes another step, that is the best report, because it's so rare that your staff can understand every square inch of a community. It's just too hard. They have too much to do. But if nothing else, you've got this great documentation, and hopefully someday, it informs the capital improvement plan or council budgets or whatever. So you get that. And then once we have that pulled together, we bring that information back to the Urban Renewal Authority Board, and it's optional to bring it back to council. You guys might want that. And it's also optional to present that to the stakeholders in the area, but I think it's a good idea. They got the postcard, so they're going to want to know what you found. And we just say, hey, these are the findings that, these are the conditions that we found in the area, and this is what it means, and these are some possible next steps. Okay, so then after the condition survey's finished, then the next decision comes, and it's usually the authority board, staff, it can be more than that, but that's usually who's making those decisions. And then we say, okay, what did we learn from the survey? So let's say we drew the survey this big, okay? And you want to be careful. You don't want to go so big that you're including properties and areas that you really don't think you're ever going to intend to include, because remember, you got to send all those people a postcard, so decide if it's worth it. So you want to be kind of smart about that, but you should always remember that you can make your urban renewal plan area the same as your survey area or less, okay? Because if you make it more, then somebody didn't get noticed and you have to start over. Okay, so sometimes I say, be broad so I can bring you back good information that you might want to use for something else. Don't be too broad, or do exactly what you already know you want to do and then keep it the same for the plan. But I think it is good to reconvene and say, what did we learn? Because what's going to happen is, one of the tools we've developed over the years is because the number of conditions is so important, we will shade properties or blocks by colors of how many factors are present. And then we have this great map at the very end that's called the totals map. And you'll look at that, and let's say for every area within the study area that had 4 or more factors, because that's the statutory threshold, we shaded those red. Well, you'll very quickly be able to look at this map and go, oh, there's nothing over here at all, and there's a lot of conditions in this area, and you might say, well, maybe we need to tamp down that area a little bit. Maybe we don't need to include all those properties. So it really should help you decide what the boundaries of the urban renewal area might be. And once we decide that, the most important thing we do, if you read the urban renewal statute, it says the 2 primary purposes of an urban renewal area are 1, to cure conditions of blight, and 2, to advance the general plan of the community, okay? And that's your comprehensive plan. So we visit that plan and we say, okay, what is the vision for the community and specifically in these different areas? Then what we do is, and this is the mistake I think a lot of the early urban renewal plans made was, they got a planner and they got an urban designer and they did these beautiful plans and lots of detail and talked about design standards and all that, but nobody ever looked at the market. Nobody ever said, is there demand for this kind of product? Is there demand at this price point? Could we even accommodate the kind of demand that's out there? So I'm a real estate economist, so I run a market analysis for you to basically test your vision and then provide some feedback to you in terms of how it might be modified. But then we take that to the stakeholders and we say, okay, this is the vision. Here's the market reality. This is what this could possibly be a build out. Here's some potential catalyst areas that might want to pop sooner, development that's, primed, or it's properties that are, we often say they're more ready or something than other ones. So we talk that through with the stakeholders so they're starting to understand this. We refine the vision, and then we pour all of that into the urban renewal plan. Second piece, condition survey, urban renewal plan. Now, the trick in the urban renewal plan, it goes back to one of the questions you guys asked earlier, was about flexibility. If any of you pick up, there's one I always think of in particular, I probably shouldn't say the name, but there was an urban renewal plan that was prepared about 25 years ago, and it was prepared by an architect and a planner, and nothing against architects and planners, but it was very heavy on design and building materials and things like that. Well, the problem with that is that the urban renewal plan, once it's adopted, it's a 25-year plan. And if you put that stuff in there, people kind of have to do it, even though it's not a regulating plan. And so all of a sudden, if 25 years, just so y'all know, that's about 2.5 real estate cycles. So let's say, remember what they were saying about how big box used to be a big thing and now it's online shopping. So retail, I can promise you, has changed at least 3 times since that plan was adopted. Well, if you're in the 3rd real estate cycle and that plan is like kind of describing building materials and those are irrelevant, that does not allow for flexibility. So the plans I write are amazingly boring. Oh, so boring. But they will survive the real estate cycles, but at the same time, they will embrace what is most valuable to you. They will articulate your vision. They will state your goals. They will talk about what is making this area difficult for people to operate their business or reinvest. And we will identify financial tools and other resources that can be brought to bear in the context of that plan, but it won't tie anybody's hands because that's not good for you either. But be assured that it's not a regulating document, but supporting that plan is your zoning code, your design standards, and anything else. They go hand in hand. It's just that this doesn't need to be a regulating document because you've already got that. This is a financing mechanism. So that's the dance we do, is to make it unique and authentic enough for each area, but general enough that it can survive a couple of real estate cycles. And then once the plan is finished and we've got some kind of concept of how it might build out, we apply those numbers to an impact model that basically has to generate what's called the 3rd leg of the stool, 3rd report, and that's an impact report. And that's statutorily required for you to quantify what might be the impact. Specifically, the statute says to the county, and it says you just have to notify the school district. But I can tell you, gosh, 20 years ago when I was starting to do this kind of work, it was very standard to just do the county impact report. But I can tell you in the last 10 years, in every community I've worked in, it totally depends. You know your relationships, but in the majority of times, I've said we can absolutely prepare the same kind of report for any taxing entity that might be affected. Now, whether you choose to share it with them or not, or just have it in your back pocket is entirely up to you. But again, the majority of the time I've done one for the library district, the fire district, the recreation district, and you decide how to use that information. But again, I follow your lead. It's at your discretion, but I just want you to know we can do that for you if that's of interest. So anyway, we do all those reports, and then we reconvene again, okay, with the Urban Renewal Authority, and we say, okay, you saw the condition survey, here's the urban renewal plan, and here are the economic analyses that went into preparation of the impact report. What do you think? Do you like it? So we share it with the authority board, and again, we can then come back and share it with council. And we also share it with the stakeholders. We find it's a good idea to do that before we start scheduling public hearings and all that, because many times when we come back to council, we want to be able to answer questions like, well, what did they say? What did they think? Were they worried about anything? Was it consistent? And I want to be able to answer those questions for you. And the order of who we present this to first, it's not dictated by statute. So the authority board might say, well, go ahead and present the draft plan to the stakeholders so we can get that same kind of information, then present it to us and tell us what they said, or, anyway, we can design that, whatever works for you in each one of these areas. Then let's say the authority board says, yeah, we're good. We're good to send this on to council and see what they think. Then what we do is we start what's called the absolute nightmare 30-day process. The 30 days prior to the public hearing is the bane of my existence, quite honestly, because I can't do anything. I can't miss a step. Everything has to be perfect. And so what happens is let's say we set the public hearing, okay? Then we have to step back on the calendar and we have to say, okay, what's the 30th day? And I mean it, not the 31st, the 30th day prior to that. And we have to make sure that the public notice appears in the statutorily required newspapers on that day. It can't be submitted that day, so we have to know what their publishing cycle is. The property owners and the tenants, in fact, anybody with a business interest. We did this once where we had an airport and a bunch of the people had tie downs, for their planes. It's a business interest. So everybody has to be notified, property owners, tenants, anybody with a business interest, but they have to receive it 30 days prior to the public hearing. All 3 documents have to be in the office of the city clerk 30 days prior to the public hearing, and the taxing entities, at least the county, has to have in their hand the impact report 30 days prior to the public hearing. And then during that time, then a bunch of stuff happens. Okay, so let's say we do everything perfect, we hit all of that. Then we need to be available during that time to meet with any of the taxing entities if they want to. Now, again, statutorily, you're only required to be available for the county. And actually, if the county objects in any way, they have to do it in writing, and they have to do it during that period of time. But we just plan to make ourselves available to meet with them. This is a nuance, but some communities just mail it and make sure it's there, and then they get a little slip from the clerk at the county, and she says, yeah, date received. Some hand deliver it, totally up to you, at your discretion. But then during that 30-day period, we have to meet with Planning Commission, and this is super important. Because they call it an urban renewal plan, I think it really messes with Planning Commission members, because their experience is anything that's called plan, they're incredibly involved in, right? I mean, that makes sense. The comprehensive plan, corridor plans, sub-area plans, they're like the main people, right? Well, this is called an urban renewal plan, but it's really a financing strategy. And statutorily, all Planning Commission gets to offer an opinion on, in the context of adopting a plan, is whether the ultimate plan is consistent with the most recently adopted comprehensive plan. Now, the good news is they just blessed this recently, and you just blessed this recently. But having said that, I always like to let them know up front, we're not excluding you, and we'll include you, and we'll come meet with you if you want. But you need to know that when we come to you within that 30-day period, you don't really get to tell us if you like blight or not. You don't get to tell us whether you hope we use these kind of mechanisms. I mean, you can do that, but that's not part of the public record, and that's not really your job at that point. Having said that, though, if these plans get adopted, they play a critical role, because there's not one project that's going to come through that area that doesn't have to go before Planning Commission, just like any other project in any other part of the city. So it's just this bizarre kind of minimalist role, and I know it's in the spirit of the fact that it's a financial plan, not a real land use plan, but it's confusing for them, and I get it, and I never want to catch them off guard. So anyway, they have to opine within the 30 days, and then we have the public hearing, and what you need to know there is council will open the public hearing, okay, after a presentation of all of this, and they will not adopt, there's the 3 plans, remember, condition survey, urban renewal plan, impact report. The condition survey, they don't adopt that document, but they actually listen to my independent report, and they then either accept the finding of blight and essentially make the finding of blight. So that's why I underlined accept, because I don't want anybody to think you adopt a condition survey. So you accept that, and that will be a resolution. So you'll have two resolutions before you that night. The acceptance of the blighting conditions, that they're present, and the second resolution will be for you to consider adoption of the urban renewal plan. The impact report, you don't take any action on. It's just one of those reporting requirements. Now, what you have to know is when you open the public hearing, you have 120 days to make a decision on whether you're going to adopt it or not. If you continue beyond the 120 days or you elect not to adopt it, you may not, under any circumstances, consider creating an urban renewal area in that area for 2 years. It's dead for you for 2 years, okay? I don't know why they did that, and I can tell you of the 60-some that I've done, there was one community that literally took it to the 120th day. Bizarre. But you never know. You never know what's going to happen. So anyway, that's just a really important thing to remember. So you can continue the meeting to another council meeting if you feel like you need more input or whatever. Hopefully I've done my job, and the stakeholders, they get it, right? And there might be some that come and, you know, say good things and bad things and all that, but we will go to extraordinary lengths to involve them. We can't make them. We'll answer their questions. We'll have educational materials. But, you know, knock on wood, I've had good success. But I believe in education, too. This is too critically important, and there's too much bad information out there. And then beyond the red line, and this is, you know, post-adoption of a plan or plans, you know, that I always say now we go forth and implement. So there's a couple of ways. I'll just touch on this briefly because hopefully, you know, we'll really come back to this and have a real strategy. But in any one planning area, you know, you can send out an RFP. You don't have to own land as the authority or the city, and you can still send out an RFP that just says, we have this resource available within these boundaries. Bring us your projects. You can't believe how great that works because not everybody keeps up. You know, or you can just have it in place and hope, or you can have developer forums and bring them in and educate them about your community. I mean, there's so many ways you can promote the availability of this resource. So that's kind of advancing the plan in the bottom box. We think it's super important to continue that dialogue with the stakeholders in the area. And then another thing, and this can be a policy issue that's fleshed out at the beginning. It can be one that you revisit based on kind of the applications that you're receiving. But I can tell you, for instance, in Colorado Springs, I've done 10 urban renewal plan areas down there. And it was after about the fourth one, they realized, hey, we've got some momentum. People know we're here. We're getting some good projects. You know, we're not a regulating agency, but boy, we're a funding partner, right? And because of that, we're going to set some priorities. And for them, in the areas they had, they really wanted to advance their public art program. And they really wanted more. They didn't want to do inclusionary zoning, but they really wanted to encourage a greater diversification of housing at different price points. That was just their issue. And so what they started putting is in each of their redevelopment agreements was, if you advance these goals, we'll even give you more TIF. Okay, and so it's just an incentive, you know, and it's at your discretion whether you do that. Now, I don't advise doing that too early because you need to kind of get the lay of the land. You need to know what's out there, how people see you, how they report back your advantages, and then once you start to know that and get, you know, kind of savvy about that, you can start to up the ante. And this is a beautiful way, you know, to make development pay its own way, to start to increase the value of what's happening in an area without regulating it. It's really incentive. So it's very private sector responsive without heavy public sector control. So it really works beautifully. In fact, you know what, I'll give you an example. In Denver, the old Elogis site, you know, that redeveloped as a residential neighborhood. One thing I loved about Dura being involved in that, you know, the developer, who's a super good guy, you know, ran his numbers and figured out his phasing. Well, the public improvements in that area, you know, the old sign and all that, freakishly expensive to kind of retain that, yet he knew that that's where the value was going to be. That's the thing that was going to give this some authenticity. And so he's like, God, but the expenses are so high, and I'm not sure my absorption rates are going to be there. So he was going to kind of push some of that off to phase 2. But Dura said, over our dead body, and we get why, but no, we'll work with your reimbursement to get you more upfront so you can finance that. But we know for a fact that if you don't do those improvements in phase 1, your absorption's going to be even slower, and nobody's going to be better off for this. So they got to weigh in on that, because just like a bank, they're a partner, and so they get to, have their finger in the deal, and it made for a much better project. So everybody won from that. So, again, it's this way that you can participate in projects and get what you want, but not be a regulator. You're a partner in it. So when they were talking about public-private partnerships, attitude, long-term vision, I just can't tell you how true. They are absolutely speaking the truth. So that's kind of what I have, and so again, if we imagine tomorrow, we've done some talking, we've read your comp plan, we kind of have a pretty good idea. I've lived in the area for 30 years, so we know what kind of needs some attention. So the next step would be, do we want to be proactive? Do we want to identify those areas? Do we want to educate the stakeholders, and do we want to go forth and understand what the conditions are, and then maybe go to the next step and create a plan, and maybe go to the next step and adopt that plan, and go to the next step then and engage people?
Okay. Ann, take a breath or two. I'm going to turn this around the table to see if folks have questions, either from the perspective of the authority or the council, as to our roles. And we also have our planning board chair that's here in the audience in case he wanted to even ask a question or not. But
I know him too, so he doesn't get to ask any questions.
He's not invisible. So council and authority, questions?
I just have a couple.
Sure.
Minor reason. You said the 30-day notice goes out to the public. Is that before the planning commission meeting? Or the city council?
Yeah, and that's a really super good question, because statutorily what it says is that the planning commission has to render an opinion. Doesn't say whether it has to be, they have to put something in writing and have the attorney sign it or anything. It just says they have to render an opinion within 30 days of the public hearing. So what I have done 9 out of 10 times is work with staff to schedule the planning commission meeting after we've sent the notices, but before, so like 2 weeks in, or however it falls with your calendar. And that's never been a problem. If your concern is that somebody might interpret that as, well, we needed a full 30 days because we wanted to absorb it and think about it and all that, they could argue, well, we need more time, so we want it the true 30 days before, which means you kind of have to back everything up about 2 weeks. So it's a complicated question, even though it's a good one. So the bottom line is 9 out of 10 times we schedule it during the 30 days after we sent out the notice. But we, depending on what your planning commission wants, we could make it even earlier than that, maybe allowing them more review time or something. But at the end of the day, they have to render an opinion.
So 30 days is before city council considers?
It can be 2 weeks. It can either be within the 30 days or 30 days.
And then how many days again that council has to make a decision?
120, after you open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And, this is all lined out in an extraordinarily linear fashion, but are there things that are happening, which is good, but are there things that are happening in parallel at this point in time? For example, is there interaction with developers?
Great question.
Or bond counsel and so on? How does that all fit into this?
Yeah, no, that's a super good question. And, it's funny you use that term, because when I was talking to some folks that are working with the city, some marketing folks that are working with the city on other matters, and I said that, I used that exact term. I said, this is a freakishly linear process. And you can imagine, because of some of the things I said. So let's say and I'll answer your question though. So let's say we do the condition survey and we like the boundaries and we're moving forward, and then all of a sudden a property owner comes to you that's outside the area and says, oh man, I heard what you're doing and I really want to be included. Now, you can decide to include them, but my life goes on hold. Because what I have to do, and I'll do it for you because it's for the good of the plan, but what I have to do is then notice them and survey their property and then change all the maps to make sure that the boundaries are included. Now, this has happened to me literally days before the public hearing. So can you imagine what happens to that linear process? Oh. So we like to try and know everything as much as we can, but again, whatever is good for the city and good for the project will do. So it is, just as you see, an incredibly linear process. Unlike most strategic planning processes where you want to learn things, you want to respond, you want to be kind of the basketball player. But to that issue, and with what like Sam was talking about, it's very often the case, and kind of in the spirit of being proactive, that you are educating people and people are getting excited and they're like, oh man, I'm so glad you're doing this because I was about to come to the city. You can be having those discussions. You can be priming the pup. In fact, I'm doing one in Castle Rock right now where the developer is literally sitting and waiting to exercise the option on property, and he's going to do that the day after the public hearing. So he's hounding me. He's not even my client. The authority is my client. And he's like, you almost done? You almost done? Did they schedule the public hearing yet? I got to close on my option. I got to get my 1033 in place, blah, blah, blah. So that's very, very common and perfect. Because if you think about your constituents, they're like, oh, great, you did another plan, right? Now nothing's happening because, you're going to hear that. But if something happens right after, you're like, yay, it happened. But technically, nothing can happen until council adopts. But you can be working in parallel to that end.
And in the case you just described there, where a property owner wants to be added into that wasn't originally surveyed, is it possible you could say no? Because we will create then a second urban renewal area for that piece of property, and maybe he will talk to his neighbors and get more than just his single piece of property. But
Absolutely.
do it a second one instead of...
Yeah, and that's a super good question. There'll be these, again, and so now I'm going to contradict myself. So as linear as it is, those kinds of nuances will come in. So, if it's okay, I'm going to kind of keep using the Castle Rock example just because something like that happened. I try and be sensitive about naming other communities. But so this is what happened. We've got two property owners, and they came in and they said, we want one urban renewal area. And we were like, okay, that makes sense. There's going to be some regional improvements that are going to cover both properties. But then what happened was, then they came to us about a week before the plan was finished, and they said, but we want 2 TIF districts. So we want one plan, but 2 TIF districts. And I'm like, well, why do you want to do that? And they said, because, I'm making up names, Phil doesn't want to pay to clean up Bud's dump, right? He doesn't want the revenue coming off his property to pay for his neighbor's dump. There was a dump, but whatever.
It's Phil and Bruce.
Oh, okay. and I was like, yeah, I get that, but you're in one plan area, and if I do 2 TIF districts, and I'm your TIF advisor, to Sam's point, and the guy down below who didn't want to pay for the dump comes in with his own TIF district and says, well, I need some money to make some improvements. And we look and it's like, well, you only have 2 conditions on your site and they're not terribly costly ones. How would we ever justify participating with you in this? And Bud or Bruce up the hill there, he's got extraordinary costs. So, you're either in this together because on your own, you might not pass muster. So it starts forcing those partnerships too. So, but we have to know this, we have to consider. So if a property owner came in and you were so far down the road in this process, you thought it's just simply not worth it. We've been educating people, we've got momentum, we want to do that. You can do 2 things. You can say, we're not going to include you at this point, but we're going to go ahead and adopt this, but we're willing to do an amendment to our plan literally 45 days later to amend the boundary and include you, okay? Because all I have to do is run out, do a survey, send them the notice. I have to go, modify the plan boundaries, but it's not like when it happens in the process where I have to change all the survey maps and blah, 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 blah. Having said that, you might decide it's critically important and it's just simply worth it, and we'll explain it to everybody and go do it. And another consideration is if either that property is going to bring such significant revenue, and we've identified in our process that we're going to have extraordinary costs for some reason, we really need them in, then we want to include it. Or if they're a strategic connection because they're the property right at the gateway to the city and we just hadn't included them, but boy, it'd be great to have them in or something like that. But we'll come back to you with that and we'll make a strategic decision to include them or not based on what they contribute to the overall plan, what they take from it, and then how it completes your overall vision.
Andy?
I know there's not a one-size-fits-all, but just because you've got obviously so much more experience. So I'm kind of curious about how, I'm going to cast this as a mosaic, if I can, to follow up on Jim's question. So let's say you have, a block here that's blighted, and then the next block is really pretty good, or at least it's maybe residential in nature, and one believes that it's going to stay that way, but then the next block over is sort of transient, and then the next block over is really nice. Where's the threshold or the breaking point? I'm envisioning this as sort of a checkerboard. I know you said that you can do the survey for the whole area, not include area, but just in terms of your most popular custom, how do you where's the breaking point? How do you do that?
Well, yeah, I like that question, actually. So let's take Littleton Boulevard. Okay, it's a perfect example for your question. And you might even have a series of residential structures. They might be non-conforming. Maybe they're being used for commercial use. That's fine. We're not regulating anybody. But we have a pretty good idea that these are going to stay residential and these are going to probably become conforming at some point, rezone commercial, whatever it is. Fine. Okay. TIF is intended to be used, and it's statutorily required to be used for items of public benefit. So let's say one of the big problem areas this is hypothetical, everybody, in the Littleton Boulevard corridor is, you've got sidewalks that are crumbling, they're going like this, it's not safe for wheelchairs, dogs are falling down, I don't know if this is true, I'm just saying this. So it wouldn't be smart then to go like this with your plan, because you're going to need to improve that road. And even if this property doesn't change, it needs the road to be improved because it's being affected by that negative condition. And so that's how we explain to people, let's say 80% of the properties in this area might never redevelop. And maybe we don't even want them to, but it's that network. It's those public spaces that connect that area that we desperately need resources for, if nothing else, to stabilize values, maybe increase values, but not necessarily see reinvestment on every single parcel. That's still well worth it. So it's really important, kind of going back to the Castle Rock area, they were taking such a myopic view, yet they were improving a critically important gateway in the city and providing regional improvements that were going to catalyze other areas. So, you can't think like that and then go inside your own spreadsheet and say, but nobody gets my money. It's just this kind of thing. One of the things I find that communities like about it is that it promotes cooperation. It promotes partnership. It promotes people in an area to look at their neighbor and realize that they're all being affected by these things and they should all be weighing in on how these things improve. So it's all that.
Slow down.
If you decided to take a proactive approach and the Urban Renewal Authority really doesn't have any source of revenue, how does that usually work? Who are the costs shared? Are there loans? How does that?
Great question. And that's one of the obvious questions. Sometimes when we have these informational meetings, the people that are really afraid, for one reason or another, and that is so common, and I just feel terrible for them because, they're usually coming and wringing their hands. And so what they fear, you'll hear is, oh, you're going to condemn my property now that you've created an urban renewal area. And I always say, with what? We don't have any money. Many times these authorities, they haven't been in place for all these years, and they don't have a dime one, when they start out. So, but they haven't connected those dots, so I get that. So let's say even if you are starting this process, this is a new evolution. It's a new phase in the authority. And to your point, day one, it's essentially zero, right? So what happens in communities where they're just created the authority, I don't know if this is necessary or not, they have to have a financial obligation in order to collect TIF. Okay, that's just a law. So, boy, what does that mean? What's a financial obligation? Do they have to have a real development project? No. They many times it's in the form of a loan from the city to the Urban Renewal Authority so they can hire staff or, just take care of education materials. Maybe it's $70,000, $100,000, whatever it is. But it's that loan from the city that creates that debt, that obligation. So now they can begin collecting TIF, which takes a good year and a half before. So to your point, so let's say somebody comes in and they say, I really want to redevelop my project. I got a big gap. I can't make the numbers work. I've kind of run some things how I think TIF might be able to help me. Would you be willing to participate with me? Now, let's fast forward, because let's assume you've done all that due diligence Sam talked about. You really proved up their numbers and you made sure it was consistent with your vision. And you said, yeah, this is a meritorious project. So what you would do is, you would say, okay, we've authenticated the numbers. We like your vision. We will enter into an agreement with you. We have no money in our account. Most developers are smart enough to know that, right? But what you do is you write them a letter. This is how just about every project gets done. The only exceptions I can think of are in downtown Denver because, they had a bit of an account. But you will say what this letter says is you need to take that to your bank where you're getting the first 90% of your financing, traditional way everybody does it. You need to take this, and what the letter says is, we, the Urban Renewal Authority of Littleton, promise to reimburse you all or some portion of the taxes that you pay as a result of your new investment, because that's TIF, okay? So it's like a reward for investment. So you're not writing them a check because you don't have any money to pay them. But what you're doing is you're refunding them money that is going to come back to the authority because it's that net new increase over the base, and you're returning them all or some portion for some period of time at terms that are acceptable to the authority and council and all of that. So that's 99.9% of the time. So when they talk about the financing mechanisms that an Urban Renewal Authority has, there's simply two ways. Period, end of discussion. You either bond, the Urban Renewal Authority does a bond sale, and that's usually when you have major infrastructure improvements, and those bonds get sold, and it's a separate underwriting from the city, it's a separate credit rating, all of that. So that's usually a question that comes up. Or you enter into reimbursement agreements that say, as the money comes in that you've generated, we will reimburse all or some portion.
Other questions? Randy?
Because the plan is not a physical plan. Are we on air?
Yes.
Hello? Because the plan is not a physical plan, it's an area that has mechanisms for financing. The recent comp plan that we adopted or got approved, it'd be pretty easy because we talk about trying to find mechanisms to do redevelopment. So the board shouldn't have a problem. But how best can we educate the board before they get this?
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I didn't even know that was your position here. But I think what would be the best thing, again, it's in the spirit of everything I've talked about. Just like we have an informational meeting with the stakeholders before they get the postcard, I think we go to Planning Commission and we explain what the statute says and not to worry. Again, remember the second requirement in the statute, first is cure conditions of blight. Second is advance the general plan of the community. So you're right up there. And so you have our assurance that that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're not going to be promoting anything outside of what you've suggested, documented, adopted. We're going to lend greater detail to it. We're going to talk about ways to finance it. And if Planning Commission says, yeah, I get that the only thing we get to talk about is whether it's consistent, but boy, we'd really appreciate it if you'd come back to us in the middle of the process, or, show us the draft plan before you send it to us for our opinion, we'll absolutely do it. So whatever is good for you guys, we'll do.
Other questions? Bruce?
I kind of have two questions. You talked about, in response to the mosaic concept, how about things that are not seen, like underground stormwater, and then take overground utilities and place them underground, and then maybe relining old sewer lines, those kinds of improvements. Are they acceptable?
Are they acceptable from what, just make sure I want to.
Are they acceptable public improvements that you can require as a part of the improvement? Because they're going to transcend.
Yes, okay.
They're going to,
Yeah, good question. There's two answers to that, actually. I'm going to separate out what you said. So everything you just listed is absolutely an eligible expense under the statute in terms of how the TIF dollars could be used to fund those, whether a developer comes to you and, they go through their plan approval with staff, and then they go before Planning Commission, and these things are identified, and the improvements have to be made. Could TIF be spent on that? Yes. Can you require the developer to do that? This is a balancing act. So what happens is, let's say that the cost to cure those conditions exceeds what the project's even going to generate. Now you've financially burdened the project to the point where it's not even feasible. Well, then nobody gets anything, right? But if we're definitely going to identify those things, because I would be working closely with Public Works, but and it's going to come up. I always say to the Public Works guy, just pretend I'm an applicant. When you look at this area, I'm an applicant. I'm going to do a 3-story blah blah blah. What are you going to tell me I have to do? Just tell me what those conditions are. So. But you want some of that done, and it might be essential to have those things done to even have the project happen. But let's say it's 120% of what they're going to generate in revenue. Well, they're going to do some of it, and they're going to be able to do some of it because they're creating this project that's generating revenue. But maybe the 20% that makes it not feasible, you grab from funds that were always intended to pay for it, the CIP or whatever.
That would not be a problem for existing city funds that would have gone toward that kind of.
But now you only have to spend 20% of them, not 80. And that's a super duper important thing that I think a lot of people, it gets lost on them because, when these improvements aren't in place, developers go elsewhere, right? I mean, if the costs are too extraordinary, they go where it's cheap and easy, and that's usually on the fringe, and that's why we have sprawl, right? I mean, I'm not trying to use hateful terms or anything, but that's just a reality. It's physics. You go path of least resistance. So, and then these cities have these areas where, to the point of the Australian gentleman where he said, it's just kind of typical of our country. We just haven't kept up with our costs. But these poor cities, I mean, you do the best you can, right? So what I think it's always important to do when you're considering these projects is, the fiscal impact that you talked about. I want to know if our maintenance costs are going to go up. Is this really worth it? Great question. But also what you want to consider on the positive side of the balance sheet is how much of our general fund dollars are we now not going to have to spend to make this improvement? And so whereas maybe you were going to have to spend $100 per linear foot without urban renewal, now the developer's can cover 80 because of his project, and you only have to pay 20. Great. The other 80 gets to go to another project.
Good, thank you. The other question is, having an existing comp plan in place, these are commercial corridors that we would be discussing, and we still haven't done corridor updates to the comp plan. What's the timing?
The sub-area plans will probably, it depends upon what the outcome of tonight is. If you tell us to move on this, the studies that Anna's been referring to will be in reference to the comp plan. And Glenn and I have chatted that if you guys want us to move forward, we'll be doing it concurrently. The studies, again, that Anna's referred to will probably be done well in advance of any of the strictly sub-area plans, and we may even postpone those and let those become their own projects in some different fashions. There's no requirement that you have the sub-area plans. That was a actionable item on our part to drill down and get more details. This would essentially take the place of that, depending upon what those areas look like and if they correlate and correspond with what you're looking for from the sub-area plans.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, the great thing is, again, there's not a piece of this information that can't be used multiple times, you know, so it should feed into that should you choose to do that.
Yep.
The authority we have, the Urban Renewal Authority we have is old. I don't know. It's, no.
The members are young.
I mean that. But it's, how old is it? 30? Yeah. So what do we do to fire it back up again? Because there's a limit, right? Is there a limit on
No.
it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Again, I think one thing we started to develop in anticipation of some of this, and obviously any informational meetings, is kind of a glossary of terms. I find that people use the term authority out of context. Like they'll say, well, we're creating an urban renewal authority in this corridor and this corridor. And I'm like, no. The urban renewal authority is you guys. You're a body. And that body has the jurisdiction that extends to the municipal boundaries. Okay. Then within your boundaries, your jurisdictional boundary, you might have plan areas, urban renewal plan areas, and then within the plan areas, you might have TIF areas. And you can have one that's the same as a plan area or multiple ones. I talked to you about the two. So I'll be working with everybody on getting the lingo right. So the truth is that both the authority and any plan can continue in perpetuity. What ends after 25 years is the TIF. So the plan lives on, but it's just kind of a shell, because without the financing mechanism, it's nothing. So, I mean, it's good. I mean, and hopefully you've done good things with it, but that's forever. The authority's forever, unless you decide not to have it forever. And, but it's the TIF that really is the beginning and the end. But kind of to further answer your question in terms of kicking it off, well, this is perfect. You're talking with your council partners and you're saying, do we really want to at least go out and study these areas, bring that back, see what we learned, and so they kind of know what you're doing? And I would recommend very quickly, should you do this, that I get my hands on you guys and we start to talk about some of those policies and criteria. So if they're hugely successful and people do come in, and like I said, I'm a real estate economist and I'm pretty sure they're gonna pretty soon, if they aren't already, I want you prepared to say, this is what we want, instead of them saying what they want, and you're trying to figure out if that's what you want. So just the sooner we can get that established.
And by what we want versus what they want, are you talking about we would like to see a entertainment area? We would like to see, is that what you're talking about? Is it smart for us to get ahead?
With the comp plan, but what do you value? What's important to you guys? Again, flexibility is huge, but we have this great document that just got adopted. Whether you think it's great or not, I hope it is. But you've got some direction there. You've got a framework, and now you're just trying to provide a resource to advance some of the key elements of that. So, I mean, it's not down to, if the guy who walks in the door has brown hair and walks funny, we're not going to take his project. This is our intent. This is what's in the comp plan. These are things that we know the statute allows for this many things, and these are the things we've heard from Public Works are critically important, and these are the areas we believe could catalyze multiple projects. Just knowing that stuff, I think is super important. Let me kind of give you a really super quick example of a important policy thing, and I know why Sam wouldn't know this, but technically, the statute doesn't require the but-for test. Now, ethically, philosophically, it should, right? Why would we incent something that doesn't need the money, right? but statutorily, it doesn't require that. This happened to us in a community, and it blew us away. Because the lawyer for the developer was like, hey, just because he's owned the land forever and, it's got a value of 15 a square foot, but he doesn't have any debt. And I'm like, well, where's the gap then? So we went through this whole thing. And he goes, statutorily, it doesn't have to meet the but for. And I was like, seriously? And this was after 20 years. So I went back and read it. I'm like, oh my goodness. But what became hugely important is we had done the little retreat with the authority board, and they had written down what their policies were. And one of their policies was, we will not participate in any project that can't pass the but-for test. And so could they have done it anyway? Yeah, but it gave them that defensible decision-making, documented to say that's why. So.
Thank you for your example before about Littleton Boulevard, that corridor. And so using that hypothetical as an example in a follow-up question. So we've been treated as some, including yourself, some presentations tonight from some really smart people who've talked a little bit about property values and how they can create property values. I wanted to ask you, though, about the perception, which sometimes becomes the reality of property values. So putting oneself in a position of a developer who may want to go and assemble a chunk of Littleton Boulevard for whatever reason. So I'm kind of struggling with, so if an owner of, say, one of these homes or small businesses or whatever gets one of your postcards that says, okay, so you are blighted. Does that...
It's not going to say
well,
that.
I know, but bear with me. Give me a little poetic license.
It's not going to say that.
But you understand my theory.
I do.
That's, in fact, my question. Do they come away with the conclusion of like, holy crap, Martha, we got to sell the house today because it's blighted? Or... maybe the more sophisticated people, or maybe even the average person goes, here's an opportunity, something's going on, let's go out and cross out the for sale sign and double our price. How does that perception, having been apprised that the process is ongoing, affects people's perception of property values?
Super, super, super good question, and I hope we come back to this question 1,000 times during the process. As long as Martha and her husband own commercial property, this is really a relevant discussion. Because if they own residential property, seriously, I mean, this really isn't a residential tool at all, other than maybe for the street in front of the residences. This is a commercial tool. So I think that's important to say. Two things are going to happen. Smart developers who have even the remotest familiarity with urban renewal will watch this process like a hawk, and they will start considering doing projects sooner than they would have because they knew what their gap was, and now they know there's a resource to fill their gap. So it's going to change their thinking about their portfolio. It's just a fact. Smart people who own properties are going to start increasing the speculative price, the asking price of their property, because they know, the developers know, blah, 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 blah. And then the layperson who has heard horrible things about urban renewal in New Jersey and knows this much about the Supreme Court case that, a couple of years ago, they're going to panic. And they're going to say, oh my gosh, they're either going to sell my or take my property and not give me a dime or, whatever. And I have to be prepared to respond to every single one of those questions because every fear is legit, every question's legit. Not that any of that can happen. I had a woman ask me one day in a meeting, it just broke my heart. She said, so once the survey's finished, do you call the county assessor and put like a flag, on my property? And I was like, oh my gosh, no. There's hundreds of parcels in this area. I wouldn't even know what your parcel number is, and that's not my authority, nor the assessor. But I got why she was scared. And so, all I can do is explain over and over and over again what the statute allows, how the market reacts, 99.9% of the time. In fact, there was a question over here earlier for one of the folks about, has anybody done any study of the peripheral property? Oh my Lord. Yes, and I've done it, and most of it's up here, but I promised Jim, I had talked to Jim the other day, because I've done so many of these impact reports, I have the base value for almost every area. So I'm going to go back and pull some records to give you some examples, like the stuff across the street from Velmar that's not in the area, like double, right? And half of them haven't done anything yet, have, but it's only because of their sheer proximity. But and so again, it's not just me being able to answer the questions. They're going to ask you before they ask me, and so I have to get that information to you, but they will not lose value. If anything, they will increase in value, but really speculative, so like air value, if they chose to sell. And this does not require anybody to sell. It does not require them to improve their property. This is simply a financing mechanism that is available to them, the private sector, should they choose to avail themselves. Period. End of discussion. Doesn't increase taxes, nothing.
So a rising tide raises all boats.
It does.
Yeah.
If they want to be risen, but they don't have to do anything with it. They could be in an area for 25 years and not even know they're in the area. It's not going to show up anywhere. Just a fact.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have a question that maybe leads us to the next step, because I want to make sure at least I have clarity, and possibly others do, on what would be some of the first steps. So I'm going to take us back to the first page.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should.
Can I ask a question first?
Go ahead.
And Michael, so you said in answer to a question about these small area plans that we wouldn't need to be doing those, that this would kind of do that? What did you say?
No, they are not tied to each other. We can go ahead and do the studies, if that's what the council and LIFT wants to do, in these small areas, because they may not, if you take, we've been using Littleton Boulevard for an example, and so let's say there was a Littleton Boulevard sub-area plan. It may be a larger section, and the area that we want to look at for urban renewal could be a tiny subset of that larger area. I'm saying they're not connected, but as Ann said, they can play off each other.
So my thinking is in terms of the Platte Valley presentation and the statement that how that had all been, it had been designated for particular types of things, and that was a really helpful way for them to move in then to the way that progressed. So are we thinking we would have something along that line before things started happening to get the big picture for people?
Yeah, I think and I've talked to a couple of you about this, I think the one thing that is missing is the vision. And I don't know that we would go to the level of detail that was in that description, but I still think that there is a need. Let's continue on the Littleton Boulevard. What's your vision for it? And Ann mentioned it a little bit tonight as well, but I think it is hard when a developer calls the city in some fashion and says, well, what do you want to see here? And we typically have to respond, we don't know.
But it might be several chunks rather than a chunk.
Oh, most certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
It could be a variety, but I think one of the actions, Ann talked to you about policies, and there was a little bit of dialogue on that, but I think part of, sitting down and really starting to have just I'm going to say informal, off the cuff, an informal conversation amongst yourselves to say, what do you envision in, let's shift away from Littleton Boulevard, on the Ensor property. We're going to be doing the ULI technical analysis on the RTD site. How does what happens there tie into the Ensor property? How does what happens, can't think of the property left around Breckenridge Brewery. There's that 1.5 acre parcel over there. My point is, which one? Enid. My point is that, start to provide primarily the staff some level of direction about what your collective vision is. And that can take a first end step in even advance of the work, getting in more detailed project analysis work, and certainly in front of what the sub-area plans.
Yeah, I'm seeing that in terms of, if we looked at Ensor, for example, how does, I'll just use a silly metaphor here, how does the hair on that head relate to the rest of the body that's the rest of the city, so
Yep.
from that perspective.
Yeah, well, and there's a fiscal economic analysis that is done as part of all of that work, and that is, I think, part of the conversation, both in the public meetings, it's the conversation that you guys have.
Okay.
I can't remember who, I think Debbie asked Chris, what happens with the Gates property, and what are the implications if southwest streets of South Glen, no, I'll get there, Aspen Grove, what happens with Aspen Grove relative to what might go on Ensor?
Okay.
And vice versa. So I think those are all part of those discussions. But I do think, coming back to the original, that understanding what your vision is as the elected body is really helpful and important, primarily to Glenn and myself as we have these conversations. Thanks. Great question.
So I'm going to put it out, and I'm going to try and put it in what would potentially be then possibly coincidental activities.
Yeah.
So if we go back to this first page, and we look at what's the Urban Renewal Authority's respective role in this, with some guidance from the citywide plan, we have some sub-area plans that could be considered as possibilities. It's transparent to the property owners, the tenants, and the business owner interests, because it would start with informational meetings, possibly then get narrowed down with some notice for relative to survey boundaries, and then come back with a condition survey before anything else is going to happen.
Yep.
Coincident with that would be the Urban Renewal Authority moving through policy development, okay, so that there has been a thoughtful approach on what is going to be some of the criteria. They have some guidance from the community possibly in that, as well as knowledge of the community in that. Coincident with that as well could be visioning on the part of council and community around those sub-areas to possibly help to formulate some of that. But that essentially gets us through the first page before any action is really taken, and it would say, hey, we have some understanding of whether we have eligible areas for this type of project financing or not, in conjunction with vision.
Perfect. Couldn't have said it better myself. And then if you get to that point and we're good, however we define good, then, you take a formal action. But then again, I always say that's when the real work starts, or if we're lucky, it started during the process and, there's something waiting there.
Oh, so, Jim, the authority has some ability to move forward on that. Council, we have a role possibly in the visioning side, and is sentiment anywhere opposed to that?
I'm not opposed to that, but I want to bring in another piece. We had said last year that we would look again at our economic plan, that we would ratify it for this council. So I would like us to do that because that has, I think, ramifications. But I would also like us, when we do that, to clarify what we're doing with eminent domain. I'd like us to clarify eminent domain so that...
Probably wouldn't do that through that document. I think those are some of the policies that Ann's referring to relative.
Well, there may be, the eminent domain piece relates. So however we do it, I would like us to clarify that, and I don't know the state language on this, but I would like us to get something in writing for the city that if we use eminent domain, that we will, I think the term, but I'm not sure, is make whole. Whatever. That's not in there. Maybe we assume it, but I'd like it in writing.
There's a legal obligation.
Yeah.
You can't.
But
There's a state statute.
Yeah,
it's a kind
that'll
of...
happen through the policy direction of the work associated with the urban renewal. We can certainly change the language, but I would highly recommend that the location for that conversation occurs not in the general guiding document, but in the specific
Well, however,
areas. But
I'd like...
We'll accomplish
yeah,
your goal.
because what I'm wanting is, because there are a lot of citizens who are a little scared about what that means.
Absolutely.
And so I want something in writing someplace that is just affirming that, even if it is required already.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think those things will happen as we go through the process.
Yep.
And certainly in informational meetings, there will be clarification of state requirements, because I'm
Absolutely.
sure those questions will come up.
I usually bring it up first.
Right.
I just want them to know, and to your point, we will absolutely not skirt that issue. We will talk about it up front, and every single plan will have language regarding that, and you might make it even subtly different, but I want to make sure before you do that, and you will have a very deliberate discussion with the authority board on that matter. I just want to make sure you have all the information, and so about 3/4 of the way through the process, but we'll answer people's questions before that. About 3/4 of the way through the process, we're going to have a really meaningful discussion about eminent domain and as it applies in each of the respective areas, because you just got to know what you're dealing with, and you can write it different, the same, whatever, but there will be actual language.
And Ann, I have a question. Now, knowing that we have this one project financing approach going, at what point in time does a Metropolitan Improvement District or a Downtown Development Authority come in as alternate
Right.
project financing mechanisms to consider?
Okay, so I can even send you guys a piece that we did. It's a big matrix that talks about kind of all the districts and what they can do and what geographies they cover and who levies taxes, and I can send that over if you guys would like. It's great homework. But what I think, let's take metropolitan districts over here. So when Amy was talking about how that was one of the essential elements, there was the vision, the good zoning, the commitment on the part of the elected officials, and there was a metro district. Those were her 4 things. So the metro district is, that funding element for the infrastructure, very typical Highlands Ranch, right? But that's where there's an additional assessment, and everybody agrees to it. But I always separate that from the question you asked, because that would require literally a vote of the people to say that's what we're going to do. Right. Urban renewal can do the same thing. It can fund improvements without levying taxes, which is something I always kind of want to reinforce with everybody. The true comparison is DDA, Downtown Development Authority, versus URA, okay? And I won't go into all the detail about the differences, but essentially a DDA can only be used in the commercial core, so you could only use it in downtown. But if you have 4 commercial areas that are deteriorating, you can't use a DDA in those other areas. So some cities have a DDA and a URA, and the DDA just does downtown. In fact, Castle Rock does. They started with a DDA because they said, ooh, we like that better than a URA, right? So they set up a DDA downtown, and then all of a sudden they needed to do projects outside of downtown, and they're like, oh, we can't use it for that. So then they created a URA. So now they have 2 entities. A URA can do it anywhere as long as the area is eligible under the statute. So, in my mind, you have the best tool to accomplish the most with the least amount of layers.
That's great.
So.
Ann, thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Ann.
Bet.
Mike just walked out.
Okay, 5-minute break time.
I mean,
regarding energy efficiency for new construction. You may recall last fall, council approved some above-the-code options for remodels. For when individuals go in and remodel their homes, they have to do some certain improvements that improve the energy efficiency of that portion that they're remodeling. At that time, there was also proposed a checklist or an option list for new construction as well, and you asked us to come back with another option or a weighted checklist. In working with Jim Thielen on this and doing a little more research, we decided a weighted checklist is actually increasingly, it'd be an antiquated option in our code. More and more, surprisingly, the codes are catching up to where people generally feel the efficiency levels are well, efficiency is generally built into the code now. In 2006, a home was rated 100 for a HERS rating, which is a method that they check the energy efficiency of a home for. In 2009, it had increased. In the 2009 code, it increased 30%. And they're saying in the next code, it should be 50% improvement over homes built in 2006 for energy efficiency. So what instead we brought you, currently homes are to be, the code more or less says a home should meet a 70, which would be a 30% efficiency improvement over 2006. What we're saying is we want to, but there's no checking on that. And so the option that we've brought forward is that we incentivize builders to ensure that the home is actually meeting that 70% efficiency rating or the code rating. And with that, Councilmember Cole had requested initially, when we come back, that there be an incentive for builders to meet the recommendations. And with that, we've provided a certain incentive covering $300 of whatever the HERS rating would cost. And approximately, it's right around that amount. It could be more, it could be less, depending on the independent rater that was chosen. So that's kind of what we're looking at for an option, and we wanted to get the sense of council to move forward with something like that. Additionally, you may recall too, the initial list had a number of water efficiency recommendations, and we actually moved away from those. There was some concern from zoning for open space. We require 50% open space on a lot. Paved surfaces do not count against open space, but any structures or wooden surfaces do, so a deck or a shed or anything like that. Is that correct? That's correct. So there was concern if we were to put a hardscape requirement in there that it could infringe on that open space piece. And additionally, there's a bill moving through the legislature that would phase out all quote-unquote high-flow fixtures, water fixtures in homes. I haven't checked on its status, but it was still alive here, and it passed, I believe, the Senate last week. So there are other options that are moving forward that may take the place of what was initially proposed. So we didn't bring anything forward on that. Questions, comments?
Yep. Okay, I'm not sure I really understand this HERS stuff. So if somebody builds a new home here, then the code says that the rating needs to be 70. So they have to build it to 70.
Well, the code is an equivalent. So if they build a home to the existing code, it would be the equivalent of a HERS rating of 70.
Okay.
The proposal is to ensure, to actually have it rated so that it ensures that it is a rating of 70.
Okay, so the code says it's supposed to, but the builder can sneak around and not do that.
Well, there may be ways in which they could build a home to code, but it may not actually meet 70.
So if it doesn't, so why is it part of the code if they can do it and it still meets code and they aren't at 70?
It's an equivalency, so it's not necessarily perfect, but the design is that.
Okay.
It gets you.
So they're supposed to do it by code, and
this would ensure, it would provide a guarantee that they hit 70.
Well, shouldn't following code and following the law be the guarantee? I mean, they're builders, they're licensed, they should build to the code. So we're saying, if you do your job and build to the code, then we will reduce $300. So that's $300 that doesn't come to the general fund, to make sure that a builder is doing what they should do. Now, if we don't do this, then they can build to whatever they want to.
Well, they still have
and-
to build to the code. And the
But they
code,
still
the
have to
code is
build
only
the
an
code.
equivalency, so it's, they should be meeting 70 if they build to code, but they may or may not be. It's an approximation on the equivalency.
Okay.
I'm a little queasy about that too, candidly, but I have to apologize. Part of this discussion, I think, took place just prior to my being on council, but I think I attended some of the hearings. So just to revisit my recollection, was this part of where staff recommended that 1 or 2 or 10 or whatever of, lights to turn on, and then the council directed staff to come back? And I think I overheard a conversation about some kind of point system. You don't have to do all of them, but
yes,
let's say if there's 10 things, you have to do 4 of them or whatever. Has that concept been then reincorporated into this recommendation?
No, in evaluating the weighted checklist that was discussed, it didn't make sense anymore because the code is starting to catch up to where that weighted checklist would have put you. It would have, to go beyond the code, it would have basically required you to start mandating things that some people may have concerns with. Various improvements.
So back to my earlier comment, I probably don't want to die on this hill, but I'm a little queasy, as is obviously Councilmember Brinkman, and maybe we can put in kind of a trust yet verify concept.
That's essentially what staff is proposing.
Councilmember Stallman first, and then.
My couple questions. Say again, where did the $300 come from?
It's an approximation. A HERS rating costs approximately $300, depending on who you use or who's employed to do it.
So
The inspection?
Yeah, the inspection itself. The HERS rating is more
All
or
right,
less
so
an
what's
inspection.
what's the average, rough ballpark, average range for a permit fee that would apply to this kind of a job?
Oh, I have no idea on that.
For a single-family home,
Glenn.
$10,000. For a new single-family home?
Okay, so you're basically giving them the math, simple math says you're giving them a 3% reduction in terms of, if that's an average, if it's 10K. I guess what I'm trying to do is figure out, what's the order of magnitude here? What are we talking?
And I think we arrived at the $300 because we figured the time for an inspector to go out and actually do the test required to certify the 70, that's what it would probably cost us.
Okay.
So we're requiring them to do it, so we're giving them the money to do that.
The HERS rating would be conducted by an independent firm. It wouldn't be the city. They'd have to hire someone to do it and then provide the results to us.
And I would just want to emphasize Glenn's comments, because this wasn't a percentage had nothing to do with the permit fee. It had to do with their cost associated with getting the external compliance so that we knew, and that was $300. So they're
You're
still
basically
spending.
just covering their cost.
Correct. We're giving them the credit to go take that same amount of money to go get the test to give us the results.
And then we have the results, and then what?
It ensures that it does meet code. It's also could potentially be used as a marketing tool for that developer or for the builder itself to show that, look, this is the information regarding the energy efficiency of a home.
Okay, and this is only for new construction, or
Correct.
is this? So how much new construction? I mean, outside of Marathon and
Marathon.
That's a policy decision for council.
Marathon.
basically Marathon, right? Maybe Enser.
Enser.
Yeah. Cool. So then I'm sorry, last question would be, to Debbie's point, rather than just saying it's 70, I mean, why wouldn't we, it's still a cost of them coming out to do it, so if it's 70 as a standard, why wouldn't we say, well, we want at least 75, or pick a number? So, okay.
You'd probably go backwards to 65, yeah. Because the lower the better.
Oh, is it, I'm sorry, okay, all right, there you go. Great, okay, thanks.
Councilmember Valdez?
So Mike, is the test, it's a mandatory test?
If council were to choose to move forward with this option, it would be a mandatory test for the home builder.
So as written, it's not, it would be a mandatory test that they'd have to do to meet code. So this isn't an option. If they do it, they get the 300. If they don't do it, they don't get the 300 reduction.
Correct. As proposed, it would be a mandatory option.
It would be mandatory.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Cole?
So based on what you just said, so it's a mandatory test, but what if the number comes in, so at 75? That's the bad side, right?
Sure. They'd have to go in and do improvements to make the home meet code,
And
or
then-
bring it back
and
to where it
then-
should be.
So then they'd have to have another test.
Correct.
Okay, and then
And
they
then that would be
bear
at
the
their
cost
cost,
of-
yeah.
Okay, I'm just wanting to verify
Mhm.
that. And just as an aside, either I read in the paper or heard on the news that I don't think the legislature is going to be doing what
Oh,
you-
for the water
what you
conservation
said.
bill.
I'm thinking they're looking at what can be sold in the stores.
Correct.
That then people would buy or whatever, but
Correct.
not that mandated part.
It's a mandatory phase out of certain fixtures, is what's being
Right,
proposed.
but not mandatory in the
Correct.
house right now. So if your house
If
lasts,
you have a black market, if you have a trunk full of high-flow shower heads, you could,
or if your
you could sell
shower head
those still.
lasts for the next 30 years
Correct.
and it's not a code, so.
Other questions? Mike, on this, if we're talking a multifamily structure,
For this is specific to single-family.
this is only single-family?
Correct.
Okay.
Multifamily is a whole different ball of wax, according to
That's
Jim.
okay. I just wanted to get that clarification. So we're dealing with single-family home. So we really would have the potential of a choice, right? We could increase permit fees $300. We could go out and hire for the test.
I don't know that there's a desire to be managing the contractors to receive to have the test done.
Or we can raise it and say they have to go out, but, if we're going to give them a $300 credit, then we end up net where we may have been previously.
Correct.
Sentiment of council?
I'm fine.
I'm okay with it.
It sort of feels like a little bit like a solution. I'm okay with it.
Just like something I might say, Bruce.
I think what you're seeing is what we've been talking about for the last couple of years, is what you've had the external companies, you've had LEED, you've had Green Globes out there as third-party administrators of this. And we all knew that there would be a time when the building officials that make up the I-code system would start to say, we want to control this, we want to manage it. And so we're in that interim period right now. And eventually you're going to see, I think, all of this come in-house, meaning within the I-codes. And you're going to see the LEEDs of the worlds go by the wayside and the Green Globes go by the wayside, because it's going to be handled within the local jurisdiction. And the expectation, as we've said, around environmental sustainability and building a building that is sustainable will be an expectation of a buyer, not, oh, I have a plaque on the wall now.
No,
You're just going to walk in. So you're just in that interim period where it's a little bit of give and take on both sides.
And I'm not conceptually opposed to it. I mean, we've got the council goal and we talk about sustainability. I think it's appropriate from an economic development perspective. It's just we
8
don't have
plastic
that many.
bags thrown in.
I didn't bring that up. That was not me. But I mean, I think that the problem we got is we're a built community. So I mean, I'd much rather incent, and we've talked about this as well. I'd get on the path or my preference, personal preference, would be to maybe get down the path of remodels and then send people to do energy efficiency remodels, because I think we've got way more potential to do stuff like that than we have new single-family construction.
And you did all that already?
Yeah.
When you adopted the codes in the fall?
See, I knew we did the right thing.
Thank you for reminding of that, Councilmember Stallman.
But there was a forgettable conversation, wasn't it?
Okay.
Building code.
Councilmember Cole?
So,
Yeah?
and I agree with Bruce, so I just was clarifying. We required certain things in the code update, but we did not give permit incentives.
Correct.
And I would like us to look at some permit incentives, not necessarily major remodeling, but if people are putting in the energy efficiency windows, airtight doors, and this, that, and the other, I would hope we would maybe bring something forward on that. But can you explain to me the code that we're trying to bring this up to, the home energy rating system, that compliance with that can save 5 to 30% on energy bills? That's a huge difference. What causes so much slippage?
That I'm not so sure of. That was a Jim Thielen include.
Slippage.
I would have to assume it depends on how the rating actually occurs and what your home is rated. So if you have for instance, like I said, in '06, you're looking at 100. So say your score's 100. If you did some improvements to that, maybe you did caulking around windows and weather stripping and whatnot, you improved your score, and by doing so, you also improved your energy conservation. So the further you get into the lower the number, the better your efficiency.
At least as I understand it, the part around new building is what type of windows treatments you're using, what's the insulation material, how is it being installed. I mean, all of those things are what's happening at new construction, and that's why it's a little bit different than a rebuild.
Right.
And I'm not sure putting in a lot of pieces as opposed to allowing folks to see their own economic incentive for this on a remodel is certainly something that's good.
And this option that we brought forward was about the least prescriptive that we could think of that still accomplished kind of what the direction of council was.
Okay, so you have direction. Look for an ordinance coming forward. Council, thank you for your attentiveness this evening.
Are we going to give a blessing to move forward on the urban renewal?
I thought you guys did.
We did.
Oh, we did, okay. We did?
Yeah, I think that's when the mayor asked.
Was there any objections?
Yep.
Oh.
And he specifically went to list as well.
I did.
It was
I
the
thought that
affirmative.
we could do a resounding
How about some fireworks?
hoo-ha or something, okay.
Well, there was a scripted.
That was
there was a scriptive woo-hoo, but it's looking to be efficient.
I was thinking of you.